Let's give a big round of applause to the student of Sekolah Seni Malaysia Sarawak for that mesmerizing performance. What a wonderful way to start our program and celebrate the cultural richness of this beautiful land, Sarawak.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored to have with us today a dedicated leader who has played a pivotal role in promoting knowledge, information literacy, and community development in Sarawak. It is with great pleasure that I now invite Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Japri Bujang Mazli, Chief Executive Officer of Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, to deliver the welcoming speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Terima kasih saudara-saudari pengerusi majlis. Salam Sarawakku sayang, salam Sarawak maju makmur, salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Roland Sagahwi In, Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak. Yang berusaha Datuk Abang Haji Abdul Rauf, Haji Zain, Chairman, Members of the Board, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Miss Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director and Representative of UNESCO, Multi-Sectoral Office Jakarta, Miss Fazilah Fazil, Secretary General of Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, yang berusaha Datuk William Nyigo, Board Member Pustaka Negeri, yang berusaha Professor Roy from Curtin Universities, our speaker, Encik Wan Mazli, Wan Razali, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Pustaka Negeri, representative from state governments, speakers, panelists, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and pride that I welcome you to the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. On behalf of the State Library, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has joined us today, both in person and virtually. We are truly honored to host this event, which is part of the global celebration of Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2024, in collaboration with the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Allow me to first extend a special welcome and heartfelt appreciation to our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Roland Sagahwi In, Minister of Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, for his support and for gracing this occasion, and for his unwavering support in promoting media and information literacy in Sarawak. I also extend my warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Ms. Fazilah, who joined us virtually, and panelists, experts and participants from across Malaysia and around the world. Your presence today reaffirms the critical importance of this dialogue as we come together to explore the vital theme of the new digital frontiers of information, media and information literacy for public interest information. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, we firmly believe that libraries are more than just repositories of knowledge. They are also dynamic hubs for learning, innovation, and empowerment. In this digital age, our roles has evolved significantly to meet the challenges and opportunities presented by the rapid advancement in information and communications technologies. Our commitment to media and information literacy is rooted in the belief that access to accurate, reliable, and truthful information is a fundamental human right. In a world where misinformation, disinformation, and manipulative media are proliferating at an alarming rate, equipping citizens with the skills to navigate this complex information ecosystem is no longer just an option, it is an urgent necessity. Libraries play a pivotal role in promoting information literacy, and we at Pustaka Negeri Sarawak take this responsibility to heart. Through our various media and information literacy programs, we aim to reach people of all ages and backgrounds, from students to educators to senior citizens, whether it is through our digital literacy programs, our fact-checking training for educators, or our community outreach initiatives. We are committed to empowering our communities to become discerning users and creators of information. The theme of Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024 aligns perfectly with our mission, and we are excited to be at the forefront of this discussion. Yang berhormat, yang berbahagia, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Today's dialogue is especially significant as it coincides with Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2024, an annual global event that seeks to highlight the pressing need for media and information literacy in the digital age. This year's theme, the new digital frontiers of information, media and information literacy for public interest information, captures the essence of the challenges we face and the opportunities that lie ahead. As we embark on these discussions today, it is important to recognize that media and information literacy is our first line of defense against the spread of misinformation and disinformation. It equips people with the ability to think critically, to analyze sources, and to make informed decisions based on reliable information. It empowers citizens to be informed participants in democratic processes and to engage with media content in ways that contribute to the common good. This is the heart of what Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024 seeks to address. How can we ensure that in the face of these technological advancements, we are safeguarding the public's right to accurate, fair, and balanced information? As we delve into the discussions on the new digital frontiers of information, we must also reflect on the evolving roles of libraries in this landscape. Libraries have long been trusted institutions in communities, serving as guardians of knowledge and champions of access to information. In the digital age, these roles has expanded. Libraries are now becoming key players in the digital transformation, providing not only access to information, but also the tools and training necessary for people to navigate the complexities of the digital world. At Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, we are proud to be at the forefront of this transformation. Our library has embraced digital innovations to enhance the services we offer to the public, from digital archives to e-libraries to virtual learning platforms. We are constantly evolving to meet the needs of our users in this fast-paced digital environment. However, we also understand that access to technology alone is not enough. This is why we have invested in promoting media and information literacy, ensuring that our communities are not only consumers of information, but also critical thinkers, ethical creators, and responsible digital citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2024, today's dialogue serves as a powerful platform to raise awareness about the importance of media and information literacy and to mobilize action at all levels, local, national, and global. This week is more than just a time for reflection. It is a call to action for educators, policymakers, media professionals, and technology experts to come together to address the pressing issues of our time. We are reminded that media and information literacy is not only about protecting individuals from misinformation, but also about empowering them to be proactive participants in society. It is about fostering a culture where people have the skills to question, analyze, and contribute to the creation of information in ways that are ethical and beneficial to society. As we celebrate this global initiative, we must recognize the important role that libraries, educational institutions, media organizations, and technology platforms play in advancing these goals. Ladies and gentlemen, no institution can address the global challenges of the digital age alone. Collaboration and partnership are essential. This is why Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024 is such a significant event. It brings together diverse stakeholders from various sectors, including the government, bodies, educators, researchers, technology experts, civil society organizations, and international bodies like UNESCO. This multi-stakeholder approach is critical to ensuring that we find solutions that are inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. We at Pustaka Negeri Sarawak are committed to fostering these partnerships. We are grateful for the support of the state governments, the Board of Management, the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, Curtin University Malaysia, Emerald Publishing, as well as the organization's experts and participants who have contributed into making this event possible. Together, we can build a future where media and information literacy is a universal skill that empowers all citizens, regardless of their background or digital capabilities. As we look to the future, it is clear that media and information literacy will play a crucial role in shaping the societies of tomorrow. The next generation is growing up in a world that is more interconnected and more dependent on digital technologies than ever before. While this presents exciting opportunities, it also poses significant challenges. Our young people are inundated with information from the myriad of sources: social media, online platforms, digital influencers, and etc. And they must learn to navigate this complex environment with critical thinking and ethical judgment. Global Media and Information Literacy Week reminds us that media and information literacy is not just an academic subject. It is a life skill that is essential for active citizenship in the digital age. Yang berhormat Datuk Sri, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as we gather here today for the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024, I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions and share your insights. Let this dialogue inspire new ideas, ignite collaborations, and strengthen our collective commitment to advancing media and information literacy for the public good. Together, we can build a society where access to accurate, reliable information is the norm, where critical thinking is a universal skill, and where public interest information is protected and promoted for the benefit of all. With that, I officially welcome you to the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. Let us work together to make this event a resounding success and a catalyst for change. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Japri, for that wonderful welcoming remark.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is now my great honor to introduce a special guest who is joining us virtually today. She has been a leading advocate for education, media and information literacy in the Asia-Pacific region. And her commitment to promoting sustainable development and public interest information is truly inspiring. While she is unable to be here with us in person, we are delighted to welcome her as she delivers her remarks online. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Makikatsuno Hayashikawa, Director and Representative of the UNESCO Multisectoral Office in Jakarta.
Masli, CEO, Sarawak State Library. Ms. Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Distinguished speakers and participants. On behalf of UNESCO, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Sarawak State Library and the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO for the invaluable efforts in hosting this event. Together, we contribute to the global conversation, highlighting the importance of critical thinking, freedom of expression, and access to accurate public interest information. Today's event is part of UNESCO's Global Media and Information Literacy Week, celebrated every year from 24th to 31st October. As the global conference takes place in Jordan, we are gathered in Malaysia, in person and virtually, to contribute to this global effort and spark a national conversation about the role of media and information literacy in making the internet a safer and more democratic space for all. As we navigate an ever-evolving digital landscape, marked by the rise of new technologies such as generative AI, the need for media and information literacy has never been more urgent. We find ourselves at a critical intersection where the lines between human and AI-generated content are blurring, challenging how we perceive and engage with information. The digital age presents unprecedented opportunities for learning, communication, and innovation. However, it also brings significant challenges, including mis- and disinformation, hate speech, and privacy concerns. These issues affect individuals, societies, and democratic governance worldwide. Recent data shows us that generative AI tools like ChatGPT has over 100 million monthly active users. UNESCO data reports that 4 in 5 or 80% of young people between the ages of 10 and 24 use AI several times a day for educational or recreational purposes. Furthermore, digital platforms and social media are becoming the primary sources of information for much of the world population, especially younger generations. Globally, 20% of the 18-24-year-olds use TikTok as their main source of news and information about the world. Ladies and gentlemen, while media and information literacy is not the only answer to the challenges brought on by the digital era, it remains a critical tool for civic empowerment and education. It equips individuals with the ability to critically evaluate the information they encounter online. It allows people to understand how algorithms shape their digital experiences, how their data is used, and how they can navigate varying information sources and discern facts from fiction. But media and information literacy cannot work in isolation. It must be supported by regulatory frameworks that enforce transparency, promote media sustainability, and encourage public access to reliable data. It is with this view that UNESCO is working with key actors at the core of digital transformation. To mention a few examples, from 18 November to 15 December 2024, UNESCO is launching a free online course for digital content creators and citizen journalists on how to be a trusted voice online and apply media and information literacy principles in their work. In Malaysia, UNESCO will be supporting educators and teachers from the ASP.NET schools to integrate media and information literacy approaches in their classrooms and to formulate guidelines for the use of new technologies such as generative AI. Based on its recently launched guidelines for the governance of digital platforms, UNESCO is engaging with social media platforms and regulatory authorities worldwide, including most recently in Indonesia, to ensure that user empowerment, accountability, and transparency are at the core of technology-based solutions and coordinated through a multi-stakeholder approach. And finally, UNESCO is supporting journalists and media workers so that free, independent, and pluralistic reporting strengthens universal access to public interest information. As you can see, media and information literacy is everyone's responsibility. That is why I'm so pleased that today's dialogue brings together such a diverse group of stakeholders, including policymakers, academics, industry leaders, and civil society representatives. The conversation we're having today is vital and must continue beyond this event. Together, we can create a more media literate, digitally responsible, and ethically grounded society. With this, I would like to thank you again and wish you all a fruitful discussion ahead. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Ms. Katsuno Hayashikawa, for your insightful and inspiring words. We deeply appreciate your continued support and leadership in advancing media and information literacy across the region. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a significant moment in our event. We are truly honored to have a distinguished leader joining us virtually to deliver the officiating remarks. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Roland Saga WIN, the Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Roland Saga has been a driving force behind the advancement of educational initiatives and the promotion of talent development in our state. Although Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri is unable to join us in person today, we are fortunate to have him with us through this online video to officially inaugurate the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. Please join me in welcoming him as he delivers his officiating remarks.
Salam the Juma World, and Salam Segura Sejalai, and a very good morning to all. Yang bahagia Dato' Dr. Abang Rao bin Abang Gizaid, Chairman Board of Management Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Yang bahagia Tuan Najib Jafari Bujar Masli, CEO Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director Safety UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Office Jakarta, Ms. Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, Board and CU, members of Pustaka Negeri Sarawak Board of Management, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor to be here today, and I wish to begin by extending my deepest appreciation to Pustaka Negeri Sarawak and Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO and NCU for organizing this remarkable event, the Global Media and Information Literacy Week in Dialogue 2024. This year, as we gather both physically and virtually, we celebrate Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2024, a week that's become a crucial global initiative, bringing together government, educators, media professionals, civil society, and the private sector across the world. This week serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of media information literacy in today's digital age.
This is themed the new digital frontiers of information. Media and information literacy for public interest information could not be more relevant in today's global context. We are witnessing a period of unprecedented change driven by the rapid pace of technological innovation. Digital platforms, social media, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies have revolutionized how information is produced, distributed, and consumed. While these advances offer extraordinary potential, they also introduce complex challenges, especially when it comes to ensuring the public interest information remains accurate, reliable, and accessible to all. Media and information literacy is a pillar for the future. As we look towards the future, we must ask ourselves, how do we equip our citizens with the skills they need to navigate this complex digital landscape? The answer lies in media and information literacy, or MIL, which is more than just the ability to consume information. It is about fostering critical thinking, ethical judgment, and digital competency. In essence, MIL is the cornerstone of creating informed, engaged, and empowered citizens. We live in a time when the very notion of truth can be manipulated. The rise of misinformation and disinformation has eroded trust in institutions, media, and even scientific facts. False narrative and conspiracy theories have spread like wildfire, undermining public health efforts, influencing elections, and sowing discord within communities. In this environment, the ability to critically access the veracity of information, to question its sources, and to understand its broader context has never been more important. Media and information literacy serves as a defense against these growing threats. It empowers individuals to be not only consumers of information, but also discerning evaluators and responsible creators. It equips them to identify bias, challenge harmful stereotypes, and promote ethical standards in media production and consumption. Generative AI, opportunities, and ethical challenges. One of the most fascinating developments of our time is the advent of generative artificial intelligence. AI, with its ability to generate content, whether it's text, images, or even videos, opens up remarkable possibilities for creativity, efficiency, and accessibility. For example, AI can help create educational resources in multiple languages, tailor learning experiences for individuals, enhance our ability to process vast amounts of information quickly. However, with these opportunities come ethical concerns. The same technology that can be used to improve education and information access can also be exploited to spread deepfakes, produce misleading content, and automate the dissemination of disinformation on a massive scale. AI-generated content, while often indistinguishable from human-made media, raises critical questions. How do we ensure that the use of AI remains ethical? How do we prevent its misuse in ways that harm the public good? As we harness the power of AI, it is crucial that we incorporate media and information literacy into the conversation. This means teaching individuals not just to use these tools, but to understand their limitation, their risks, and their potential for misuse. It also means fostering a culture of transparency and accountability among those who develop and deploy AI technologies. The role of digital content creators in shaping public opinion. Alongside the rise of AI, we have seen the emergence of digital content creators as key players in shaping public opinion. From YouTubers and influencers to podcasters and independent journalists, these individuals command significant attention and influence on platforms that reach millions globally. In many ways, they are the new gatekeepers of information, particularly for the younger generations. While this democratization of content creation is to be celebrated, it also places an enormous responsibility on the shoulders of those creators. The content they produce can shape societal values, norms, and beliefs. As such, it is essential that digital content creators are equipped with media and information literacy skills to ensure that the information they share contributes positively to public discourse. This also extends to the platform themselves, whether it's social media giants, streaming services, or news aggregators. These platforms must take responsibility for creating content that is accurate and balanced, while also providing tools for users to critically engage with the information they consume. Herein lies the need for regulatory frameworks that promote responsible digital content creation while protecting freedom of expression. A whole society approach to media and information literacy. As we confront these challenges, it becomes clear that media and information literacy cannot be the responsibility of any single sector or institution. It requires a whole society approach, one that involves educators, policymakers, media professionals, civil society, and the private sector. Each of these groups has a role to play in building a media literate population. As the Minister of Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, I'm pleased to see that Pustaka Negeri Sarawak is taking bold steps in this direction. Through the digital literacy initiatives on People Accessible Network for Digital Empowerment and Inclusivity, or PANDE program, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak are embedding these critical skills to the community in Sarawak. In this regard, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak play an indispensable role. They are not just repositories of knowledge, but also hubs of learning and civic engagement. Libraries are at the forefront of media literacy efforts, providing people with the tools and resources they need to become informed and active participants in society. I commend the Pustaka Negeri Sarawak for its forward-thinking approach and for hosting this Global Media and Information Week and dialogue that brings together experts from local and international levels, empowering the next generation. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of empowering the next generation. Our young people are growing up in a world where the line between the digital and physical is increasingly blurred. They are not just consumers of information. They are also creators, influencers, and innovators. We must equip them with the critical thinking skills and ethical frameworks they need to navigate this world responsibly. Our education system plays a pivotal role in this. By integrating media and information literacy into our curriculum from an early age, we can ensure that our young people are prepared for the complexities of the digital age. But we must go beyond the classroom. Parents, community leaders, and digital platforms must also take an active role in fostering those skills. In conclusion, I wish to make a collective call to action. As we conclude, I want to underscore that the success of our digital future will be determined by our ability to work together. Media and information literacy is not just an academic pursuit. It is a collective responsibility. The dialogue we are having here today is crucial, but it must continue beyond this room. We need ongoing collaboration across borders, sectors, and disciplines to ensure that the digital tools of the future serve the public interest. I urge all participants, whether you are policymakers, educators, media professionals, or digital content creators, to take the insights gained from this dialogue and apply them to your own work. Together, we can build a more media literate, digitally responsible, and ethical grounded society. And with those notes, I wish all of you a fruitful and enriching discussion throughout this event. May the Global Media and Information Literacy Week and Dialogue 2024 mark the beginning of new collaboration an initiative that will shape a better future for all. And
Salam Salam.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri, for your insightful and for officiating the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the official launch of Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. We will witness on stage the launch will take place virtually with Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri placing his palm on a tablet to officially mark the launch of this noteworthy event.
Access granted.
And there you have it, the official launch of the Global Media and Information Literacy Week Dialogue 2024. Let's give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen as the banners are now revealed. We are excited to announce the two important digital banners. These banners highlight Media and Information Literacy Week and the Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2024. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the launch is official. As Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri is unable to be with us in person today, we will now proceed with a hybrid photo session. May I now invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rauf bin Abang Haji Zain, Chairman of the Board of Management Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, and Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Japri Bujang Mazli, along with the SD members of the board and Professor Dr. Roy Rilera Marzo to be on stage for the photo session. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri will be joining us virtually on screen. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk, Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji, all board members, and Professor Dr. Roy. You may kindly be seated.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a vital topic that lies at the heart of a modern society: how media literacy and digital health intersect to create a more health literate population. Our next speaker is a renowned academic and a respected leader in health education. Professor Dr. Roy Rilera Marzo, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Health Sciences and Directors of the Community Research and Sustainability Center at Curtin University, Malaysia. An internationally recognized, award-winning researcher, he has authored over 200 articles in high-impact journals on topics ranging from epidemiology to healthcare management. In addition to his academic roles, Prof. Roy is the Vice President of the International Associations on Public Health and the CEO of the World Catalyst Research Network, WCRN. His expertise and leadership extend globally through his work in public health, cancer research, and tobacco education initiatives across Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Roy Rilera Marzo to present on the topic Building a Health Literate Society, the intersection of media literacy and digital health.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak here today with the Global Media Information Literacy. And I'm so excited as a medical doctor, as a public health specialist. And I've been in academia for 12 years, and I'm very much happy to share some insights of how are we going to build a literate society. But I will focus more on how the intersection of media literacy and digital health. So let me begin by asking you a question. Did you know that the COVID-19 pandemic, over 40% of the world's population encountered health misinformation online? That is a staggering statistics that highlights a fundamental challenge of our time. How do we, as a global society, ensure that people have the skills and knowledge necessary to discern fact from fiction in this age of information overload? Together, we will explore how media literacy can empower individuals to navigate while ensuring they are informed, critical, and responsible in their consumption and dissemination of public interest information. My sharing today focuses on the area of profound importance, the intersection of media literacy and digital health. In this age, or in this digital age, where health decisions can be influenced by a single post, tweet, or video, it is critical that we foster not only media literacy, but also digital health literacy. Both are essentials to building a health literacy society, one that is well equipped to meet the demands and challenges of our time. In March 2020, as the world was grappling with the COVID-19 pandemic, information was flooding from every direction. Social media was particularly active, and one post stood out: the claim that gargling warm salt water or bleach could prevent the virus from reaching your lungs. It seems simple, logical even, and thousands of people shared this information and believing it is helpful. But as we know now, it was pure misinformation. without any scientific backing. This false claim spread rapidly at a time when having an accurate health information was more important than ever. It made me think deeply about how easy it is for misinformation to spread and how dangerous it can the people rely on its moments of crisis. The story of misinformation during the pandemic is not unique. It happens all the time, especially when it comes to health. False information spreads faster than verified facts, often reaching millions before experts can respond. During the pandemic, we saw how misinformation led to public confusion, vaccine hesitancy, and in some cases, dangerous health behaviors. Health misinformation can be deadly, which is why we need to prepare people to better navigate the flood of information they encounter every day. This brings us the idea of media literacy, equipping people with the tools they need to critically assess the health information they come across. The fully grasp the challenge, let's talk about the two concepts. There are two concepts, media literacy and health literacy. Media literacy is the ability to access, analyze, and evaluate and create digital content, while health literacy, on the other hand, refers to the ability to understand the basic health information and make informed decisions. These two forms of literacy must intersect. In a world where digital platforms dominate how we consume information, we need to combine these two literacies. And together, we allow individuals to navigate the complexities of digital health content, making sure that they can discern trustworthy sources from harmful information. Generative artificial intelligence is one such tool advancement that is rapidly influencing content creation. AI tools can create vast amounts of health-related information, some of it accurate, some of it dangerously misleading. In addition, digital content creators, whether on YouTube, TikTok, or in Instagram, are becoming the primary sources of information for millions of people, especially if they have millions of followers. While many creators are sharing valuable content, others are unintentionally spreading misinformation. So how do we ensure that these new technologies serve the public interest rather than mislead them? In the early days of the pandemic, a close friend of mine called me terrified and confused. She had read online that the vaccines were developed too quickly and could cause irreversible harm. The information was coming from everywhere: news articles, social media, even from people she trusted. It was really overwhelming. And this is not a unique story. Millions of peoples across the globe struggled with the same dilemma. How do I know what is true? Who can I trust? This is why health literacy is very, very important. It acts as a navigating tool, helping people sift through the overwhelming amounts of health information they encounter daily and make informed decisions based on credible and reliable sources. To build a health literate society, we must teach individuals how to recognize trustworthy sources of health information. Today, health content is available at the click of a button, but not all of it is accurate. Peer-reviewed research, medical journals, and content from reputable organizations should be trusted over opinion-based blog posts. By fostering the ability to distinguish reliable information from misleading content, we empower the people to make health decisions with confidence, protecting themselves and their families from harm. Building such skills, for example, evaluating sources of credibility, contextualizing understanding of health advice, and critical thinking in health decision making are very important in this crucial world. When someone looks up health information online, they need to know how to evaluate the credibility of the source, whether it is backed by science, expert reviewed, and unbiased. They also need to consider the context. Is this information related to or relevant to my situation? Is it general advice or specific to certain conditions? Critical thinking is essential when navigating health information. It enables people to ask the right questions, cross-check facts, and avoid the trap of misinformation. We must focus on teaching these skills, particularly in an era where digital health content can be created by anyone and distributed widely. Generated AI is transforming how we access and share health information. AI can produce health content at an unprecedented scale and speed, which can be beneficial in reaching large audiences. However, the speed and automation of AI also poses risks. However, without proper regulation, AI-generated content can amplify misinformation. AI-driven health chatbots, for example, may provide incorrect or even harmful advice if they are not properly trained. It is crucial that we develop guidelines and standards of AI and healthcare communication, ensuring that the information produced is both accurate and evidence-based. Social media influencers and content creators have become a significant players in the health of information space. Platforms like YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok are creators in many cases and provide a very useful and also engaging health tips. However, as I said a while ago, not all creators are experts and their influence can sometimes be dangerous. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they can sometimes be very dangerous and spread misinformation. Media literacy helps us to recognize when content is based on experts and evidence versus personal opinion. In an ideal world, digital content creators would collaborate with health experts in order to ensure that the information they share is accurate, engaging, and trustworthy. Media literacy is not just about analyzing news. It's a lifeline in today's digital world. It empowers individuals to recognize and stop the spread of misinformation before it harms others. Media literacy teaches people how to critically engage with the content they consume, evaluates its sources, and cross-check facts. In the context of health, this is especially important. People need to understand that their health decisions should be based on accurate, on evidence-based information. And by teaching media literacy, we give individuals the tools they need to satisfy or to safely navigate the complex world of digital world contents and make informed and life-saving decisions. Let's imagine a different scenario. What if during the pandemic, the people who saw the viral post about gargling salt water or bleach had a medical literacy to critically evaluate it? What if they recognize it as misinformation and choose not to share it further? The spread of false information could have been slowed or even stopped. This is the power of media literacy. In a health literate society, individuals should be equipped to recognize misinformation for what it is and to protect themselves from it and ultimately spreading it from the different spreading of others. Media literacy is not just a skill. It should be reserved for the privileged. It is a fundamental human right. And every individual, no matter their backgrounds, should have access to accurate and reliable health information. Without it, people are left vulnerable to misinformation, unable to make informed decisions about their well-being. This is especially true to the marginalized people, to marginalized communities where access to digital tools with regards to health educations may be limited. Our mission must include reaching these underserved populations and ensuring that everyone has the tools to engage with health information effectively. Collaboration across sectors, if crucial, is we are able to build a health literate society. Health professionals, media experts, and digital content creators, and also educators are all have a unique roles to play. With these sectors collaborate, they can create a unified strategies for communicating health information that is both accurate and engaging. For example, content creators can work with medical professionals to ensure that information they have shared is evidence-based. This is not only strengthens public trust, but also ensures that the people have the access to the information they need in a format that resonates with them. Sharing best practices is another key element in fostering media and literacy. There are many success stories out there and projects and strategies that have effectively promoted health literacy. By learning from what works, we can build on those successes and replicate them in other contexts. Evidence-based strategies are specifically important, whether through digital campaigns, public health workshops, or school programs. Sharing knowledge across sectors allows us to reach broader audiences and have a larger impact. One of the greatest benefits of promoting health literacy is that it builds more resilient communities. When individuals are empowered with the skills to evaluate and act on health information, entire communities become stronger. Health literacy should be embedded in community education efforts, starting at the grassroots level. When we foster health literacy, we create communities that are more self-sustaining in terms of their health and well-being. They are better equipped to respond to health crises and are more likely to support each other in making informed decisions. I have developed an acronym on achieving a health literacy society for you to remember easily. It is called EASE. E stands for educate and empower. A stands for access to digital tools. S, to simplify digital health informations. And E, for engage stakeholders in collaboration. So let's start with E, that stands for educate and empower. The foundation of health literate society is education. We need to create targeted programs that cater to different groups, such as the children, the older adults, and the underserved communities, or what we call the vulnerable individuals. These programs must teach individuals how to access, understand, and use health information in ways that both directly improve their daily lives. But education alone is not enough. We must also empower people to take control of their health. This means that giving them the confidence to seek out reliable health information and apply it in their personal healthcare decisions. When people are empowered, they are more likely to engage with healthcare systems and advocate their needs and make informed choices that lead to better health outcomes. So education and empowerment must go hand in hand in creating a health literate society. Next is access to digital tools. In today's world, so much of our health information comes from digital platforms, whether it is websites, telemedicine, or health apps. However, not everyone has the same level of access to these tools. There are communities that face barriers, such as limited internet access and lack of digital literacy or outdated technology. So to truly achieve health literacy, we must close this digital divide. That means that ensuring that everyone, regardless of where they live, to their economic status, or very low economic status, I should say, has the access to the internet and digital devices. It also means teaching individuals how to effectively use digital tools, whether that's how to search for credible health information. Thus, digital health literacy is a key part of overall health literacies in today's society. And the third one, let's talk about how to simplify health communications. One of the biggest barriers to health literacy is that health information is too complex. Medical jargon, lengthy explanations, and dense scientific data can overwhelm people, making it hard for them to understand and act on the information. And to overcome this, we need to focus on simplifying the way the health information is communicated. This means using plain language that is easy to understand, especially for the people with limited health knowledge. Visual aids like infographics, diagrams, and videos can also make complex health concepts more digestible. And it's important to provide this information in multiple languages so that non-English speakers or those from diverse backgrounds can access this as well. And simplifying this health in communication, it makes it accessible to everyone, helping more people more informed with regards to their health decisions. And finally, engage stakeholders in collaboration. Health literacy is not something that we can achieve alone. It requires collaboration between different stakeholders, the healthcare professionals, the educators, the major stakeholders, the major experts, and even the digital content creators. each of these groups has the role to play in ensuring that accurate and reliable information reaches the public. And so, my conclusion, media literacy and digital health are vital in our society. If we want our citizens to be creative or to be to understand and critically analyze the information, to avoid misinformation, and also to recognize credible resources, and actually also to able to evaluate before sharing this to the social media. But before we have to do this, before we need to aim for this goal, we need to have an education. We need an awareness for this, especially for the marginalized people, the older adults, the disabled individuals, and also for the children, and those who don't have a proper access to technology. Digital divide is very important that we need to address. If we're able to bridge or we're able to close the gap in terms of health and at the same time in technology, it make it something that is accessible, affordable, and also something that accommodating and also acceptability, because Malaysia is considered as a diverse culture. So it should be something that we need to, the health literacy society is something that is acceptable and accommodates. And at the same time, the health literacy society doesn't just benefit individuals. It fosters health outcomes for entire communities. It is not difficult to build a health literate society. It is doable if we will work hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Roy, for that insightful presentations. Please remain on the stage. Next, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker for his time and contributions. To do the honors, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Jabri Bujang Masli, Chief Executive Officer Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, to kindly come on the stage and present the tokens of appreciations. Thank you, Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Roy Willara Marzo. Please be seated. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Professor Dr. Roy, for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to immerse ourselves in the vibrant and diverse cultural heritage of Sarawak. We are truly honored to present a special Sarawak ethnic music performance. This unique performance showcases the rich musical traditions of Borneo, blending the distinct sounds of Sarawak's ethnic communities with contemporary rhythms. Together, they create an elevated celebration of the land of the Hornbills, bringing the hearts of Sarawak to life through music. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again Sekolah Seni Malaysia Sarawak. Wow, that was truly an amazing and energetic performance. Would you agree with me, ladies and gentlemen? Right, let's give them another big round of applause for showcasing the spirit and creativity of Sarawak. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Chairman Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji along with our esteemed board member to proceed to the seminar room for refreshment. Together with... Please note that the first panel discussion will begin shortly after our VIP have settled in the seminar room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall break for 5 minutes, so if you need to use the washroom, please do so.
Hiding from the rain and snow, trying to forget but I won't let go. Looking at a crowded street, listening to my own heartbeat. So many people all around the world. Tell me, where do I find someone like you, girl? Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Give me your hand before I'm old. Show me what lovers haven't got a clue. Show me that wonders can be true. They say nothing lasts forever. We're only here today. Lovers now or never. Bring me far away. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Give me your hand and hold me. Show me what love is, be my guiding star. It's easy. Take me to your heart. Standing on a mountain high, looking at the moon through a clear blue sky. I should go and see some friends, but they don't really comprehend. I don't need too much talking without saying anything. All I need is someone who makes me wanna sing. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Give me your hand before I'm old. Show me what lovers haven't got a clue. Show me that wonders can be true. They say nothing lasts forever. We're only here today. Lovers now or never. Bring me far away. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Give me your hand and hold me. Show me what love is, be my guiding star. It's easy. Take me to your heart. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Give me your hand and hold me. say, take me to your heart. Hiding from the rain and snow, trying to forget but I won't let go. Looking at a crowded street, listening to my own heartbeat. So many people all around the world. Tell me, where do I find someone like you, girl? Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Give me your hand before I'm old. Show me what lovers haven't got a clue. Show me that wonders can.
Cuan suara. Cek sound 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Cobaan tes sound.
I wonder how, I wonder why, I wonder where they are.
Cek.
The days we had, the songs we sang together. Oh yeah.
Bahagian saja.
Holding on forever, reaching for a love that seems so far. So I say a little prayer and hope my dreams will take me there, where the skies are blue, to see you once again, my love. Overseas from coast to coast, to find a place I love the most, where the fields are green, to see you once again, my love. I try to read, I go to work, I'm laughing with my friends, but I can't stop to keep myself from thinking, oh no.
Cobaan suara.
I wonder why, I wonder where they are. The days we had, the songs we sang together. Oh yeah. And you're my love. I'm holding on forever, reaching for a love that seems so far. So I say a little prayer and hope my dreams will take me there, where the skies are blue, to see you once again, my love. Overseas from coast to coast, to find a place I love the most, where the fields are green, to see you once again, to hold you in my arms, to promise you my love, to tell you from the heart, you're all I'm thinking of. I'm reaching for a love that seems so far. So I say a little prayer, and hope my dreams will take me there, where the skies are blue, to see you once again, my love. Overseas from coast to coast, to find a place I love the most.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience as the program continues. We will now proceed with the first panel discussions, which will explore an increasingly relevant topic in today's digital landscape, beyond the hype, practical strategies for successful influencers, collaborations in media literacy. We are fortunate to have a distinguished lineup of panelists with diverse perspectives and expertise in education, communications, and media literacy. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. Dr. Noratika Ashari, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Education, Language and Communication, University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS. And Mr. Muhammad Nazmi bin Rosli, Student Affairs, Seniors, SK Long Sebangan Lawas. And guiding these important discussions, we have our esteemed moderator, Mr. Addison Rickett, Head of the Lifelong Learning and Information Literacy Divisions, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak. Please give them a warm round of applause as they take the stage for the panel discussion.
Well, very good morning, everyone. Today, we will start with a first panel session for our panel of discussions, Beyond the Hype, Practical Strategies for Successful Influencer Collaboration in Media Literacy. I'm Edison, your moderator for today, and let's welcome Dr. Noratika Muhammad Ashari and Inche Muhammad Nazmi through online. I think he live from Lawas. So before that, let me introduce to our two distinguished panelists. Firstly, I would like to introduce Noratika Muhammad Ashari. Is the Deputy Dean, Industry and Community Engagement for the Faculty of Education, Language and Communication, UNIMAS. She holds a bachelor degree in Mass Communication, Public Relations, a Master of Art, Media and Information Welfare Study from UiTM Malaysia, and PhD in Critical Policy Study from US and Malaysia. A Sarawakian millennial, she has previously worked as a public relations consultant in Petaling Jaya and currently is a full-time lecturer at the Strategic Communication Program. In this post, she has held multiple research grant, consultation, and community empowerment project. She has published 2 book chapters, 3 journal articles, and 3 proceedings on crisis communication, modern media, welfare, strategic communication, critical realism, leadership, and a future study on Sarawak. She believed that remarkable event emerged through the power of knowledge, social intelligence, conscious leadership, and transformational narrative. Our second panelist is Cikgu Nazmi Rosli, an educator who has held a range of positions spanning from classroom teaching to overseeing student affairs in remote region of Sarawak. Presently, he serves as a senior assistant of student affairs at Sekolah Kebangsaan Long Sebangan in Lawas. In his free time, he committed educators actively support the rural community, specifically the 13 village in Kampung Long Sukang. Nazmi demonstrated his resourcefulness by crafting teaching material from recycled material to use in his classroom. Throughout the pandemic, Nazmi spearheaded the groundbreaking first homework delivery system in Malaysia, ensuring the delivery of learning module to 111 students across 13 villages. His innovative approach not only caught the attention of the Ministry of Education, but also inspired them to implement an on-site learning mode during the pandemic, setting a precedent that influenced many other rural areas in Malaysia to adopt a similar approach. The initiative was featured in an award-winning docu-film, Malaysia versus COVID-19, Kita Jaga Kita. It also earned Nazmi the prestigious CMO Innovative Teaching Video Award. The initiative also led to the creation of the telemovie Cikgu Daniel, broadcast on RTM2. In 2021, Nazmi played a vital role in building a floating library in Kampung Luagan to address school closure caused by a massive flood in Sarawak. Currently, Najmi involved in Flippin Club, a social entrepreneurial club that produce short film to fund school and address social issues in the district. The club has won numerous short film competition, gained international recognition, and even won the Best Social Entrepreneur Award in Malaysia in 2022. In 2023, it represented Malaysia at the T4 World Best School Competition and achieved a remarkable top 5 ranking in Malaysia chapter. Thank you. So we have two panelists today, a distinguished, well exposed and experienced in the era of the digital, especially the topic that we want to touch today on the beyond the hype, practical strategies for successful influencer collaboration. Before we begin, I have a few slides to share with you so we can delve together how this world of influencer that we can collaborate in the world of media literacy. Okay, next slide. So we can see that what is media literacy? Yeah, its ability to access, analyze, create media in variety of form. Yeah, it is a 21st century approach to education, right? And a framework to access and analyze, create and participate with message variety form, from paint to video to the internet. Okay, next. So this is the basic media literacy that we are into. You know, using screen of mindfully, navigate sensationalized algorithm of polarization. 3, avoiding scam and exploitation, reflecting on financial motive for content, cross-checking into health or news that Prof. Roy mentioned earlier today on his presentation, and keeping data safe and private. These are the basic. So let's focus on social media and influencer for this morning, yeah? Next. So social media influencer is someone who has established credibility in a specific industry, has access to a huge audience, and can persuade others to act based on their recommendation. Okay? Next. So to this end, teach youth how to look words on image like ads, sponsored content, hide, or even small ads in the corner, a specific product featured prominently. Yeah? Did the influencer or celebrity tag a company or brand? Have they include some of the kind of offer, code, or discount in their post? Is the post linking to content to another site? This is the question that we ask for today's discussion. Next. So these are the top 2024 TikTok influencer. I believe some of you know some of them, that you scroll at the TikTok, how they influence in your decision making. Yeah. Next. So social red flag media that we can consider on, you know, on the social media red flag. Age inappropriate content. How our younger generation has access to age inappropriate content. Yeah, it's very easily accessed now. Number 2, anonymity. Location tracking, sharing, cyberbullying, temporary picture on video, secret chat room. Okay? So these are one example that I found yesterday evening while I'm preparing for the slide. This influencer, a 23 years old influencer, promoting the reading of newspaper, online newspaper. I think we hardly read newspaper nowadays. We read, through social media, right? And we are not sure actually whether what we read in the social media is correct. So this influencer use his influence, getting a single-handedly, getting Gen Z hooked on newspaper and print media. Next. So this is a TikTok media literacy influencer makes newspaper fun. So the topic that I'm going to talk is the influencer culture and media literacy. Because just now when Dr. Broy explained to us, most of the influencer who are talk about influencer in health, they are not doctor themselves. How you expect them to, the information that they share is correct and reliable, And we in the civil society, when we receive the information and we take it as a correct and we follow. Yeah. So what your take on this, Dr. Noratika?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Mr. Edison, and Global Media Information Literacy Forum. Yeah, so to put it into context, I believe that social media influencers, what they do are actually agents of change in society. So there is a reason why they can influence certain people towards certain decisions. So how they do it is through the reach, through the engagements, and how they can relate to their audiences. So putting all the content aside, I think the personality plays a role. So that is how the content that is embedded within those posts that they portray, they represent themselves to the public, can influence how the society works in reality. Yeah. So yeah, so that's my take on that.
How about Cikgu Najmi? What your take on this introduction of the topics? Cikgu Najmi, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you. Think you mute.
Hello?
Yes. We can hear you now.
All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Edison, for the question. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello also, Dr. Noratika. I'm Nazmi, and I'm a teacher. So what can I share is, can I share you a story?
Yes, please.
About one time, I bring my kid to dress up as a doctor in the classroom. I dress myself in a doctor attire, and I changed the whole classroom to be a baby, to be a ward for baby. The kids actually on that class are required to go check on all of the babies. So when all my kids saw me in the doctor attire, they went back to the hostel. They borrowed the school uniform from their senior. My kids are like year 3 that time, and they borrow school uniform from year 5, year 6. So when they put on, it looked like big on them, so it looked like they're wearing a lab coat. So they came to my class to be like junior doctor, and they start asking me questions. What are we going to do now in this ward? We're going to check all these babies and all. So in that class, not only I get to teach them what required in the syllabus, I was teaching adjective at the moment actually. It also gives them a glimpse of the outside world. So as an influencer in my community, my work is to influence and to open the community eyes that they also can be part of the world. I work at a very rural area of Sarawak, along Sebangang, along Sukang and all. So what I got from the class is not only what required in the syllabus, but you know what? We actually try to persuade a mother to deliver their baby at the nearest hospital, at the local, at the nearest town, which is 5 or 6 hours from the kampung. She refused to do it. Okay, so by conducting this class, by changing my whole class into a baby ward and do a bit of role playing with the kids in the classroom, the kids managed to persuade the parents to deliver the baby at the hospital in Lawas. So for me, that is the important role of influencer. Sometimes your effect or your impact is not a direct impact, but towards your power of influencing people, toward your power of persuading people, tell the people effectively that this is the best way. We didn't go directly to the mother, but we go to the kids, we go to the children. This is what happened if your mother able to deliver your adik in a very good hospitality. Someone will take care of your mother, someone will take care of your adik. Then your adik will come back to the kampung safely. So I think that is the biggest things that, one of the biggest things that an influencer can do. So I agree with what our moderator just said just now. Our influencer play a bigger role in the community. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Cikgu. Thank you, Cikgu Najmi, for your insight. So I want to share also, for the past few months leading to this program, I told my team also, we need to get influencer, influencer in our program. And I think we have been, selecting, getting influencer because they are a crowd puller. Yeah, they can influence people. So when I told my team that if we want to select an influencer, it has to be an influencer that gives a positive impact to the community. It's not just misleading information to the public, especially nowadays with the misinformation, information at the fingertip. However, we need to have an influencer who have that media literacy that can give the correct, the authentic, reliable information they can share. Like Dr. Prof. Roy mentioned earlier, when influencer, then also not a medical doctor, but share unreliable information that lead to a dangerous, outcome, especially information that deal with health, money, investment, right? And with the scam now appeared all around the world and even in our community with the scheme scam. So my next question is, what others will you say some practical strategy to developing successful influencer partnership in media literacy? What is your take, Dr. Noratika?
In terms of strategy, it goes back, it's a two-way thing when you talk about communication, kan? If you were, communication is always the sender and the receiver, and also the message is in between. So the strategy would be, one is from the part of the influencer, the ones who are delivering the message, they have to be strong, in the sense that they have values. Like, I really like what Cikgu has shared just now. I think you already know the purpose of what you are trying to influence to the people, of these sets of groups that need to be aware of how important going to the hospital to give birth to the children, and so that purpose, it's always the purpose. With that purpose, you will have that authenticity to do research about it. So I believe that, for example, like Cikgu, I think the research means that you look into who are the people involved. Not just you are, in a way, you are not using, I don't think that's a good word. I think you are reaching towards the students for them to become influencers to the community around them, including their parents. So that's very powerful, and that's how influencers should work. So again, it goes back to research, doing your research, knowing who your audiences are and the purpose and the value that the influencers would want to convey. And also for the receiver, of course, there's media literacy lah. I think media literacy has a lot of principles. Receivers, users like us, we should know that there are things in the media that are represented in a commercial form with the intention of political ideologies, and also on how people are active audiences to all these messages. So once they are active audiences, of course, it will create a ripple effect on how people see the environment around them, how people will behave and represent their reality based on what they believe, what they see in the media. So there are two roles here. It's not just for influencers, but also for us end users. And I believe that media literacy is a very, very, very important topic to talk about. Yeah, for us to be educated about it. And I really believe that the purpose is very important. So if you go there, then you can create your strategy using certain tools, certain messaging that can cover and engage the specific audiences that you would like to,
I like to concur that because I noticed some of the content by the influencer, they really do a research. The quality, the content that they produce is really up to the standard, because of the media literacy. When they do the research, they really make sure the content that is really reliable source. Like this morning when I scroll down at the YouTube, this YouTube video just posted 5 hours ago, but it gained 2.5 million views. Case on PDD. This lady, a Chinese lady, I think she's American, a Chinese American, do a very comprehensive research on the case of PDD. That really, as you all aware, PDD cases really drag the Hollywood industry at a stagnant point. Yeah, because all the world famous people involved in this PDD case. So when I look at that video, it's just only posted within 5 hours, gain 2.5 million. I don't think even CNN don't have that view if CNN posts that content. So how important that media literacy that give the public the information that they require, they need from influencer like this lady. Okay, your take, Cikgu, on this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I totally agree with Dr. Naratika. My school is a pedalaman school, it's a rural school. It was like 4 to 5 hours from the nearest town. And our biggest concern is that this place might be disconnected with the outside world. So, as teachers there, our job is to paint a beautiful picture, but still in the four wall of the reality. how people see the pedalaman kids, the rural kids, and how the rural community see themselves in the eyes of the urban counterparts. So I remember my kids never seen Upin Ipin before. I remember my warden, very first time for my students. They didn't know Upin Ipin, they didn't know Didi and Friends up until my warden played for them. And my school, the youngest one in our hostel is like 5 to 6 years old. 6 years later, our kids able to do analytical research on big movies such as Titanic. One day I teach my kids about Stevie Wonder, a disabled musician. One night, my kids sent me a link that proved Stevie Wonder is not blind at all. So there's a video of Stevie Wonder going through things. There's a video of Stevie Wonder sitting at the driver's seat. There's a video, a lot of things. And so our job here in the school is to connect the outside world with the kids here. And also at the same time, our job is to connect this community to the outside world. So they know, they realize they also can be part of the world. They also can go to the hospital and receive the same treatment as ordinary people like us. They also can work at all this school ministry, all this school department and all, work among us, like us, use all these facilities. That's our job. And up until today, I receive a lot of parties, NGOs, a lot of ministry try to work with us influencer, because we are the middleman between these two parties, the urban counterparts and the rural counterparts. In KPM itself, in our Ministry of Education, we have this term. We call it the edufluencer. Our job is to connect the Ministry of Education with the community. Our job is to make sure they know why certain things are changed, why we no longer have UPSI, why we no longer have PTM, PT3, why there's a changes in the syllabus, why our job is to make sure that the parents know that our ministry also actually concerned about all these changes, about all these kind of trends, about all this new advancement in the education. So our job is not only to do research, we must go deep inside it. Before we introduce all this new syllabus with the kids, to the parents, we ourselves have to practice on using it. Show it to the people. This is how we do it. Currently, we have like more than 1,000 influencers from all over Malaysia. We try to do our best. We try to tell the we also try to tell the people upstairs that anything young, this school still need this kind of things. They need this all this weakness and kekurangan here. You need to improve this and this. So educators be like the middleman from these two parties, from these two badan. So I think I strongly agree with what Dr. Natika said just now. That's from me.
Okay, thank you, Cikgu. It really interesting when I see there's one example done by one example that done to successful campaign for successful influencer collaboration in media literacy, the program on Be Internet Awesome by Google, yeah, where influencers collaborate to teach kids about online safety and digital citizenship. So this is one of the possible program that we can think of how we can collaborate with influencer, especially digital safety for a younger generation, because the younger generation is very exposed, very have access to this media, that unfiltered media, right? Yeah. Do you have something to share, Dr. Nartika, on the possible of example that for this program?
For this program, I think Google has done a very proactive approach in disseminating and promoting media literacy to the younger generations, because these younger generations, we do, from my observation as an educator, I think Cikgu will agree as well. They have all the information at the tip of their fingertips, and everything is there. It's different back then when we had to do extra mile to get information, but during those extra miles, we have, I think, the opportunity to think critically about what we gathered and not simply take it as the truth. But now, given that so many things are coming in, the information you can just Google. The challenge is that how these younger generations can navigate through being critical about what they want and filter this information. So I believe that instead of looking into just the content, but there is a need for students, for younger generations to be equipped with skills that can actually help them think instead of feeding information. Macam, for example, if we were to eat, if you have abundance of buffet, for example, you have many food, of course you need to think that, okay, which food will I eat first, right? And which one is good for my diet, and what outcome will happen after we eat. So these are things, I don't know whether it's an analogy that is, because yeah, it's in the morning, so it's quite, so yeah, I think the most important part is that with the age of AI and the technology and all the information that has been feeding the younger generations, even us, what sets you apart from that information that we can get in the internet? That is the important skill that needs to be addressed. What sets you apart? What sets the students, the younger generations apart from what the machine can do? So that skill, I believe influencers have a very huge role in this, yeah, to educate and promote that kind of critical thinking.
Yeah. I concur that, because the AI technology, it really helps actually, but at the same time also, there's a negative part of AI, because with deep flag, we don't know whether the content that produced is actually a real person. Sometimes we cannot differentiate whether it's Trump who talking, you know, or Kamala Harris who talk about certain things. We're not sure, because content creation now is just beyond the control. It's like, can be AI generated, can be, you know. So Cikgu, on AI aspect, what is your take on AI in influencing world or influencer?
First of all, there's a really good question. We in Ministry of Education, we really embrace AI. This day we use AI to generate lesson planning. This is what we are taught this day. And in the rural community, fortunately, we still hold the key to whatever comes in and comes out from the door, from the door of the rural community. We're still able to manage to control what coming for the kids. You know, not everyone have TV at home. In my place, the generator they only have electricity from 6:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. or 11 sometimes. Internet connection are pretty bad. Most of it we don't have it most of the times. Yeah, so I remember this one time. I tried to turn the class into a aeroplane. Okay, in the cabin, inside the cabin. So I borrowed these two double decker bed from my hostel. I emptied the center of the double decker. I put chairs and everything. I just few my kids into steward and stewardess. They look fine. They look good. I use white t-shirt with necktie, and I have a pilot cap, and I put like these badges of Asia pilot and all. So I told my kids we're going to hop on a plane. So you know what my kids did? They go back to the hostel. They change their clothes into Hawaiian clothes, baju Hawaii, with short pants, with sunglasses and hat, and they only carry the back type, the luggage one, with wheels on it. Because on their mind, whenever people go on vacation, this is what they wear. This is what they wear. Oh, I'm going to vacation. I'm going to hop on an airplane. So this is what I'm wearing. Most of the kids also they draw a camera on a cardboard and cut it out and put a rope on it and like this, and then they keep on taking pictures. He said, what are you doing? He said, I thought this is what people do when they go on vacation. They take pictures. Kids are year 2 and year 3, they all kecil all the time. I said, stop it, we're going to learn. They kecil all the time. So in pedalaman area, we still able to control what's coming in, what are going, all these things, all the handphone and everything, all this trend and everything. We don't see kids doing here. We don't see kids doing that silly TikTok challenge and all. The teachers still able to control what coming to the kids. So our job was very important here. We are the one who helping them to choose all these kind of things independently once they go out from this community. It's our job to tell them this is good, this is no. So I remember one time, one of the kids' parents bring their daughter to Kota Kinabalu. That's for one week holiday, Kota Kinabalu. So there, this kid saw a machine where we put money and canned drinks came out from it. Vending machine actually. So when she came back to our school, to pedalaman, to our school, she tried to tell her parents, you put money, canned drinks will come out. And unfortunately, there's no internet to show pictures or to give videos or anything that time. So what I did, I built one from cut box for the kids. Kids can put in money and drinks and come out. I tell kids, this is what vending machine, and this is what we have out there. So yes, we have big program. We have big program like what Google doing right now with media literacy and all. We also have teachers who do this every day to tell kids what is this, what cannot be done, what they cannot do, what they cannot see. Every day. I also remember this one time, the syllabus asked me to teach about rules at swimming pool, but kids never been to swimming pool. So I used 300 blue plastic bag to make a swimming pool. 300 blue plastic bag to make a swimming pool, which is actually it's actually mine actually. Just pass it with the double tap on the floor, and then arrange few benches around it. It turns into swimming pool. Then I can teach kids, oh, this is swimming pool. Okay, this is swimming pool. Now they can learn what is rule, what to do, what they cannot do at swimming pool. And then a funny story is, on that class, my kids will be like, teacher, where can I build my sandcastle? And I was like, No, 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 no. You cannot build any sandcastle here. It's not a beach. We're not at the sea. It's funny that it hits me hard, realizing that this kid never been to swimming pool before. They never been to beach before. So these teachers work every day on this. Every day, every day. There's one time, there's from the all English syllabus for year 4. There's a topic, all English syllabus. There's a topic called the fascinating Sabah and Sarawak. It's a page where the teachers need to teach the kids about Rafflesia, bunga Rafflesia flower, the largest flower on earth. But in the textbook, they only provide you with this big picture, this big. They don't even put human next to it to compare the size. This is the biggest flower, the largest flower in the world. They didn't have it. I was like, oh, what I should do to tell the kids this is the largest flower on earth. So there's an abandoned Hilux truck. There's an abandoned Hilux truck outside of the school. Nobody wants it. It's been there for like 10 years. So I took the cushion, I cut the cushion, and then I put bendable wire around it and spray it, and it became a very big Rafflesia flowers. It's so cool. So in my class, when I was teaching, the bell rang, it's recess. I turn around, there's a kid that's not supposed to be in my class. In my class. His name is Peter. Hey, Peter, since when are you here? Peter was like year 1 or year 2 back then. Smiled at me with this gigi hilang-hilang, smiled at me. Then he ran away. Huh? What happened? Then I asked other kids be like, teacher, Peter has been in our class since the beginning. He was just passed by, he saw that flower, and he come in and sit next to the flower while I'm busy teaching other kids. Actually, he want to try to sit inside the flower because it's so big. And then, I realized at the beginning of my class, I saw my friend, Cikgu Mak, was wandering, rushing all around the school, and I realized he was actually looking for this kid. So, this is a really funny story, but it's really show us that teachers been doing really important job at the community level about media literacy every day. Every day. So we really hope one day all these advancements in education come to us here in Pedalaman. We really would like to try all this kind of magic tool and everything. And we as teachers, we are ready. We are prepared to teach them, to tell them what's good, what's not good, how to use media literacy correctly and all. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Cikgu. So, can we conclude? We start with Cikgu, Dr. Noratika. What are the conclusion that we on this topic beyond the hype? Practical strategy for influencer collaboration in media literacy. Your last conclusion.
Yeah, I'm very moved by the stories by Cikgu. What I can see from this session, I believe that in terms of advocating and supporting and doing media literacy awareness and the education of it, what is important is social intelligence, to understand the context of the audiences that you want to influence, and in this case is always the youth. For teachers, the community, it needs to be, we need to really have that empathy and that purpose, the values that we have to convey all these messages about the realities outside of their comfort zone in a way that is responsible, in a way that is accurate. So social intelligence is important. And also genuine interest of that purpose. And yeah, I believe that, wow, I'm very, very inspired by your stories, Cikgu. Yeah. And, and also the engagement. Community is always the first thing that we need to look into. Community of the children, of the people, of the younger generations that will become our doctors, that will become our lawyers, that will become our teachers, our grandsons, our, these are the people that we want to empower through social media influencing. Yeah, so that's my take. Thank you.
And Cikgu, your conclusion for this topic.
As for me, there's like thousand of social media influencers out there. Please use your platform well. It's sad to see some of these social media influencer who very irresponsibly do all kind of pranks, and then spreading fake news and everything, using all this modern technology to sabotage people, to cloud chasing, instead you can do a lot of things for the community with your platform. You can do a lot of things. I remember one of the kid who sharing a picture. Oh no, this one kid who sharing his picture on the top of the tree during the pandemic. Try to connect to the online learning. He's not a social media influencer. He's nothing. He's nobody. He don't have any followers. But that one small act get the attention of our ministry, and they reinvent the entire system on that time. One of the things we did before is we spearheaded this one homework delivery. We started it homework delivery during the pandemic. It's a very, very small step, but then they spread like what Dr. Noetika said. It's like it's like there's a big splash, and everyone was affected by it slowly and slowly. We try to send homework during the pandemic, like first within our neighborhood, and then we're able to get the permission from the pihak berkuasa to do it within 111 our school, and then other school from other state tried to copy it and everything, copy, and then our Ministry of Education took it and do another learning mode, which model by what we done. Everything started from a single step, and I really hope our influencers see this. You have thousands and thousands people following you, and please use it well. Do a really good, noble thing, a positive thing. Even that one small step can change so many lives. You didn't even know. There's a people starving out here. There's a people live in the community. They know what is Upin Ipin and Didi and friends. Then you came here and tried to fit them with all this nonsense video and stuff, all this fake news and stuff. Kesian them, Kesian them. Teachers work every day to filter all this out, So again, last thing from me, everyone has their own job, have their own amanah, to do. Please do it well. Please do it super well. This is not a volunteer work. This is a job. This is a job.
So in conclusion,
Can I just a little bit? Yeah. From what Cikgu has mentioned before, there's a lot of things, and also how it can create a ripple effect to everyone. So just with one simple posting, it can impact many things and many people. And this is where the opportunity of collaboration comes in. I think not everyone can do multiple tasks at once. For example, I think Cikgu can agree with that. You're doing a lot of things, all the teachers are doing a lot of things, and there is a need for collaboration, yes. There's a need for collaboration for many organizations that can contribute to that, and yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, my conclusion is that it's crucial that we develop media literacy skill to effectively engage with this phenomenon, the influencer phenomenon, by critically analyzing the persuasive power of influencer, accurately interpreting their content, making responsible consumer decision, and questioning society value. We can navigate influencer culture with intelligence and comprehension. Yeah. Media literacy not only protect us from falling prey to misinformation, but also enable us to become active participants in shaping our media landscapes. Yeah. So as for the influence or influencer continue to grow, media literacy become all the more crucial for us to develop. Yeah. So with that, that's our conclusion. Yeah. Thank you for listening. And thank you to our two panelists today, Cikgu Najmi and Dr. Noratika. Thank you for your insight. Really give inspiration to all our member participants today. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and moderator for their insightful discussions. Now we will open the floor for questions and answer sessions. If you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to come forward to the mic, which is placed at the center of the gallery. We encourage your participations.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. A very good morning, everyone. My name is Haji Junaidi from IKH University College. I'm a corporate communication officer over there. First of all, thank you very much for the insights. It's incredible insight from the panel on this particular discussion. I just want to bring to light what the doctor has mentioned just now, which is beautifully put in light. You mentioned about beyond the content is the personality. And most of the time, people fall in love towards influencer through their personality, and they are emotionally influenced towards the information that's delivered by them, right? And we know for the fact that when we make a decision, 90% of it comes from emotion. Okay, logic and rational comes later, which what they call post-rationalization. We use information to rationalize our decision, actually. All right, so when it comes to false information, most of the time, when it's delivered by influencer even, when we are already emotionally influenced, it's very hard to critically assess the information. It becomes critical, okay? For example, if we are already influenced by emotional influence, it's very hard for us to cross-check because we already believe it in. And we find information to rationalize that decision, to believe in that emotion. For example, if a pakcik suddenly believe an ustaz in the YouTube, no matter what information you give from mufti or reliable Islamic scholar, it will go down to the drain. In fact, that same pakcik will use the internet to justify the information. So, my question is that, what strategy or what we can do to actually help individuals to avoid from being emotionally manipulated by the influences that they trust? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haji. Wow, that's a very powerful question. Yeah, it's I think it's human nature for us. For example, way before social media, our main influencer adalah kita punya parents, right? Everything our parents say is always the truth. And as we grow, and then you realize that, oh, it's not really that true. So how do I manage this? And how do I get away from, feeling that uneasiness of knowing that the people you trust might not be 100% true, and what they say might be, debatable. So it's the same case, it's just a different platform. the society now has grown into trusting more and more influences outside of their parents, families, and everything. And yeah, it's a very valid question because there is, I believe, there is a need for this media literacy mindset to be given to all users, including us, because there are, if I can remember, there are 6 media principles, media literacy principles. Some of them meaning to, is that it is always constructed. It's always constructed, meaning to say things that are posted online, it is purposeful. You know, it is purposeful, and then it has its own agenda, it has its own frame. Regardless, it's a neutral thing, whether it's positive or negative. And also, there's again within the context of politics, in context of commercial. So there are advertisements and everything. So these are the things that every one of us need to be strong at. Yeah, and it's a very tall order because as humans, it's different with AI. As humans, we have our own judgments. We have our own senses, and how we judge the people we trust, it's another dimension altogether. But that's why I think this forum is important. The need for media literacy, to understand how the media works and how influencers, how much perhaps influencers are used to be paid to endorse things, or maybe this influencer has a certain amount of stance or cause that they want to convey, which can mengacau, can disrupt the feelings, the emotions, and the hearts or minds of the followers. But just knowing that these are how media works, how content works, I think that's the first step. Everyone needs to know how the media works, how yeah, it is bigger than just, just saying, okay, you cannot believe this because because everyone has different values. See, that's the thing. Everyone has different values. So again, how the media works, media literacy principles, I can share on the 6 principles later, just for us to, educate ourselves first. And then you can, I believe as human beings, we know how to communicate to the people that we believe should know about, and let them judge and let them think based on that. Yeah. I hope it answers your question a little bit. Okay, we can talk later.
And I also believe that back to the root of media literacy, the importance of analyze, use, distribute. You can't simply just get whatever the influencers mentioned. We need to have that skill as well. As a consumer of information, we need to know that, to differentiate whether this is authentic, reliable, can we spread further this information. So it's very critical that media literacy, as I mentioned in my earlier slide, that the importance of all these elements embed as early as possible, especially our younger generation, who are even never read newspaper before,
One sentence to that. Also, coming from that, Mr. Edison, I think fact-checking. There is an opinion. There is a difference between facts and opinions. So perhaps you can start from there. Looking into the facts first. That's how you objectify the emotional part. Facts first, and then you can see whether or not, okay, this content is more on opinion, bukannya facts. Perhaps that would be some kind of, way for us to start with,
Okay. Cikgu Najmi, are you still there? You want to add? No? No? Okay. No, huh? So, okay. There's one question. I think last question. Last question.
Hello, Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Najiha. I'm from SK Gobel. I'm a teacher. Okay, I'm a teacher and I want to ask question to any Dr. Noatika or Mr. Muhammad Nazmi. But actually this is what I or we educators really experience it in school, okay? The problem of, okay, we understand that our students, when we ask them, sometimes we ask them about the topic of ambition, okay? What do you want to be? Some of them answer, I want to be influencer, I want to be YouTuber. Why? I said, oh, why? Because I want to make a lot of money. See? Teacher, I don't need to study or score well in my academic, since, become an influencer can give us a big profit too. That is what we faced here in the real life, real situation, okay? Okay. The influencer, like you said just now, the newspaper. Actually, I totally agree. That is a good influence. Reading newspaper. The tendency of our younger generation right now, they, including us, we tend to scroll down with our technology device, and somewhat it is affecting our neurology or kinesthetic. That's what I believe. Because in school, we also have the problem with student, in terms of literacy, they cannot write very well. Penmanship skill. They are lacking of penmanship skill, okay? And then, talking about influencer, some of them good, some of them bad influencer. However, they do pranks at school. The bad influencer, they do pranks in their TikTok or whatsoever. Somehow, our young generation, they tend to do it in real life. They do it at school, which often cause trouble, especially for us, teacher and parents too. They just take their friend share and they laugh because they think it's funny. And then this bad influence often infected the young mind. The young mind are really fast, okay? They want to act and they want to do what they see in the media. So my question is, this is not teachers responsible alone, but this is educator, this is parents, this is community responsible, okay? What we should think, how we want, how we want to tell them, this is good, this is bad, okay? Maybe we can ask them, okay, don't do this, this is not good, but at their psychological stage, they have the trust and mistrust issue, and then they also have tendency to, they're curious. They're curious about something, and they really want to do it. My question is, how we want to help our generation, especially Generation Alpha, to make a clear thinking between bad and good thing. Yeah, that is my question. How we want to say that to them? Okay, our children, sometimes we just give them phone. Okay, we are busy, we give them phone. Okay, you just play with this phone. Can we control what they see in the YouTube or in the media? Sometimes yes, sometimes we can't do that, right? So how we want to overcome this? Yeah, because this is not only the problem in Malaysia, but I think it is a global problem. Okay, thank you.
Cikgu, are you still online? You want to answer that?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Can you hear me? So yeah, I would like to address both questions, the first question and the recent question. Let me address the first question. Also, allow me to chip in. Question asked by Tuan. So sometimes influencer was in influence of emotion while they're sharing their stuff. Okay. So in in the school, we we tell our teacher, we tell our staff, if you're mad or angry, make sure you empty your hand. Have you ever, kena baling kapur, kena baling buku in your high school and all? It's because your teacher was mad at you and it happened to have something on their hands. Thus, things fly. Same with social media. If things happen, if you were influenced by your emotion, you're angry, you're upset, you're mad, you can take time away from social media. Seriously, I have a lot of influencer friends who are famous, who have 100K followers and all. Sometimes they are like they are tied to be online the whole time. Whenever things get updated, whenever things get happen, they immediately need to. They have the tendency to immediately tell everyone, and sometimes this include false information. This is actually bad. Take your time. 1 day, 2 days, it's okay. As an influencer, you don't have to be on social media the whole time. And it's a very good tips not to be in media social the whole time, because you might don't have time to filter the information you got. You might don't have time to check your the things that you share, and you might be sharing things in rush, so you might not think twice. You might not critically think what you're going to share out. So, like I said to my staff, because I'm one of the admin in school, I told my staff, if you're marah, if you're angry, make sure you empty your hand or go out from the class 5 minutes, then come back to the class. If the kid make you mad, bring it to the principal. We can discuss this. There's a correct way how to handle this. So I hope that's answered the first question. The second question is, as a teacher, yes, of course, I did see a lot of kids doing all these pranks and everything. They're copying all this famous prankster from YouTube, copying famous scene in movie and all. And if you read, there's a case of school shootings happen because they saw that in the movie. There's a copycat bullies and all, because they saw it in social media, they thought it was funny and all, copycat pranksters and all. So number one, on the community, we can do a collab work. Teachers and the parents and the communities try to tell the kids which one is good to follow, which one is bad to follow. Show them the clear line, which one is good, which one is bad. Teachers have the autonomy to conduct any program that necessary for the kids. This is bad, let's make a program, tell the kid why this is bad. You can work with this police officer for this kind of thing. There's a prank of removing part of cars. There's a prank of removing this and this. There's a prank of that. There's one time in school, there's a trend of cutting self-harm. They are taking out the sharp knife from the sharpener and try to harm themselves. There's a trend of it. Me and my team have to work hard to settle this out. We call so many people, even call the pastor from the nearby kampong to tell the kids, this is wrong, this is bad, this is bad. If you have problem, there's a people you can talk to. There's no need to follow this kind of people and all. I remember one of the things that we do, we show the video of behind the scene of all these action movies, all this stuff, all this bad scene, this actually cutting themselves is actually CGI. Cutting themselves actually there's the prop, there's a mechanical blood inside there. It's all fake. If you do it yourself, you actually harming yourself in real life. You will feel a real pain. We show it to them. There's a program of this. We even one time collab with a local stuntman who work. I forgot his name. A local stuntman who work as a stuntman in a film in Sarawak. We show them why you were not allowed to redo all this restless move and all. Teachers, you have the autonomy to do this. You don't have to worry. If you approach your admin with this kind of paperwork, they will totally 100% approve it. And then on the upper parties, badan-badan yang lebih di atas, you can work out the rules where kids this age you only can watch this. You can even label all these prankster who from the outside was good and no harm at all. You can label this not suitable for this kind of kid. Teachers and the parents can work a program to show the parents which one is good, which one is bad. We can even promote a local TV platform that was safe, free of violence, like Durio. Durio is famous right now because it's very, very children friendly and all, for the kids and all. Like what we agree just now, like what Dr. Atika said just now, collaboration is important. It takes a village to raise a child, and of course, teachers cannot do this alone. Everyone must put their hands all together on the deck and work this out together. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have to stop now because I think we use up our times already. Time's up. So back to thank you, Cikgu Najmi and Dr. Nortika for this session. Thank you for your time. Back to our MC.
Thank you to everyone for your thoughtful questions, and special thank you to all our panelists and moderator for taking the time to engage with us openly. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let's express our thanks to our panelists and moderator for their thoughtful contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Encik Ramzan Haji Saman, Head of Library Services Sectors, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, to the stage to present the token of appreciations. Dipersilakan. As for Cikgu Nazmi, the token of appreciations, we will be sending to you in Lawas. Thank you, Encik Ramzan, and congratulations once again to our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable contributions. Now we move on to another critical topic in today's media landscape: combating misinformation, UNESCO's roles in promoting critical thinking and fact-checking. To shed light on UNESCO's pivotal roles in combating misinformation and promoting media literacy, we are honored to have with us today Ms. Ena Lomtadze, Head of Communications and Information at UNESCO Jakarta office. Ms. Ena, who is joining us online via Zoom, will share insights into UNESCO's strategies in fostering critical thinking, encouraging fact-checking, and building resilience against misinformation across the globe. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ana Lomtadze to the virtual stage.
I hope this is working. If someone could just write to me on the chat or shout out if you can hear me. Yes, okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Sarawak Public Library and the Malaysian Netcom National Commission for UNESCO for hosting this event and for inviting us to speak. I am very sorry that I was not able to make it there in person, but please feel free to connect with me via email after this presentation. I'm very happy to continue the discussion beyond this event. I also have a short presentation. If I could, should I share it myself here, or will somebody be sharing it from your end? I'm happy to share if that works. Let me see. Is that working?
Yes, it's working.
Thank you so much. Just very briefly, I mean, most of you may already know, but I always mention very briefly about UNESCO's mandate, which might be part of which might be a bit less known because we're most associated, of course, with the World Heritage Sites, but UNESCO within the United Nations system is also a specialized agency mandated to promote access to information, freedom of expression, press freedom, and safety of journalists. And I mention this because it is from this human rights point of view that we also approach media literacy. And I will go into that briefly in a moment. So just, sorry, I'm just, okay, great. Just a few definitions before I start explaining how we approach media literacy. I think some of the speakers before me have already defined disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and then I wanted to add hate speech. What is interesting here in these definitions, for example, for hate speech, is that obviously there's no commonly agreed on international or legal definition of hate speech, and we usually use the UN strategy and plan of action, which focuses on different types of communication that attacks or uses discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, etc. But what's important to understand is that obviously not all hate speech is illegal according to international human rights law. And to determine when hate speech or even very offensive, very dangerous disinformation can be legally restricted is a very complicated matter, especially when it comes to the online space, and especially when you have limited time and when platforms might not be very responsive to people's complaints and reports. Just a few also statistics about global trends with regards to disinformation and hate speech based on some of the UNESCO's commissioned research. Here just you can see the pervasiveness of this type of harmful content and that it affects different issues, especially elections, climate change, disinformation related to such issues during high-pressure situations such as national disasters or elections obviously can have real life, very negative consequences. And there is the same for hate speech. Some of the statistics here just about the volume and the scale of the problem we're dealing with. And it's interesting that even though like individual pieces of content themselves may not seem influential or on their own may not even amount to a violation of a platform rule and guidelines, it's the massive circulation, obviously, of hate speech and disinformation, which are often interlinked, that can exacerbate existing divisions or lead to real-world violence. And so the problem we're dealing with is obviously massive and has different components, which is why UNESCO's approach to harmful content is, I would say, like multidimensional. We approach it from the point of view of digital platform governance and internet transparency. supporting free, independent, and pluralistic media so that people have access to public interest information that is accurate and of high quality. Of course, there's media information literacy, and we're here today to talk more in detail about that. And there's global citizenship education, and in general, different tools in education. UNESCO supports teachers, curricula. I'll talk about it briefly in a moment. But just as an introduction, that we approach this topic from multiple angles. And I think in her opening remarks this morning, the UNESCO director also mentioned that media and information literacy cannot exist in isolation. It needs to be supported by regulatory frameworks, by curricula, by platforms as well, because it is impossible to outsource all the responsibility on just teachers who already globally live in quite precarious conditions and have increasing pressures on them. So today I'll just very briefly delve into the digital platform governance part, because that's quite new, and then how we approach also media information literacy, and I'll leave out the other two. So when it comes to platform governance, just very briefly, basically, how can you regulate social media without criminalizing speech? This is like the conundrum and the dilemma that countries worldwide face today, and it is really a regulatory challenge. Because to some extent, we have to recognize that platforms have responsibility based on their sheer size and influence to ensure that the content disseminated, that they monitor it and they mitigate risks of harmful content. And so with that view, UNESCO developed something called the Guidelines for the Governance of Digital Platforms. And this document is a result of over 10,000 comments from 134 countries and close to 60 in-person consultations with governments, social media platforms, civil society, academics. And we're hoping to use it as a way to support countries, hopefully including Malaysia, to basically either enhance their existing regulatory frameworks or develop new ones in order to deal with social media platforms and their influence in a way that is in line with human rights standards. And so just very briefly, there's a lot of text, sorry about this on the slides, but I want to emphasize just two things about the guidelines, I guess. One is that we recognize that there is different governance methodologies in place in different countries. Some are self-regulation, some are co-regulation, some are statutory regulation. I won't go much into it, but I guess what the guidelines say is that no matter how you try to govern and regulate platforms as a country, as a state, the guidelines outline overarching kind of principles of governance. And these are, have to do with really democracy and human rights, I would say. The idea that platform policies should be, of course, transparent. There should be checks and balances. If you set up a new body, for example, to regulate platforms, they need to be independent. The members need to be selected in a participatory way. The governance processes, should be open and accessible to all, including the public. And it should embrace diverse expertise. So from social sciences, from hard sciences, not only have like tech people and engineers, but also teachers, scholars of anthropology, of political science, and it should seek to promote also cultural diversity. And then another side, so the guidelines outline different principles for governments, for civil society, but most importantly for digital platforms. And this is where their responsibility also to promote media and information literacy comes in. I will just briefly go through these principles. So one is that platforms conduct human rights diligence, so due diligence. So what does this mean? This means that they should be performing periodic reviews of how their products, policies, workflows, any kind of public-facing process, how is it impacting people in the real world, and especially the most marginalized. And one aspect is also that before making any significant decisions, for example, like one easy example is when Twitter, now known as X, fired all of its trust and safety team, they should have conducted a human rights due diligence to assess how this kind of major decision would influence or would, what kind of effect it would have on their users. And the fact that suddenly there is no more content moderation and people are seeing, all kinds of very harmful and illegal content. So the idea is that platforms are expected to conduct these kind of tests and think about not only increasing number of users, but also what kind of effects are their products having on these users. The other principle is about adhering to international human rights standards when it comes to platform design, content moderation, content curation. So here the idea is that, nowadays platforms, when they moderate or curate content, all these policies or the ways they determine how to moderate content is not transparent to the public. We don't know how many human content moderators platforms have. When it comes to automated systems, we don't know how they work. We don't know when platforms inside, they understand that there is a virality of harmful content. What is the impact of this automated systems on amplifying such content, and how do they deal with it? Similarly, the guidelines say that, for example, there is a way when platforms design a new product or a feature, they should be thinking about how can they empower users and make sure that users engage with these products critically. And in fact, this is part of media literacy as well, making sure that people understand how these different products work and what kind of impact they have on their rights and on their lives. The third principle is about platforms transparency, and here it's about really just meaningful transparency, that publicly or external auditors should be able to check how platforms are implementing their guidelines and their content moderation policies. From different whistleblower reports, we know that platforms don't invest in content moderation and in guideline implementation in countries that don't speak English, for example, or in local languages. And this is why sometimes in different parts of the world, a lot of illegal or harmful content stays up, and perfectly legitimate content is taken down. And this is because there's no way to check how platforms operate with regards to this. Same about meaningful transparency when it comes to user complaint mechanisms. When legitimate content is taken down, sometimes even content issued by, a state, a government, institution, there's no way to appeal, there's no way to contact anybody. And of course, if this happens in a high pressure situation, this is quite risky and dangerous potentially. Fourth is about platforms making information accessible in different languages. So it's about both making it user-friendly, because obviously nobody really reads these terms of references, but another is making all the processes available in the different languages and countries in which they operate. I don't know how it is in Malaysia, but for example, in Indonesia, even though Meta is available in Bahasa Indonesia, the moment you want to make a complaint, for example, it turns into English. And again, this is translation is an important tool for media and information literacy as well, and this is how platforms can promote it, by making sure that their users, have all the information in their own languages and understand what steps they need to take and how. And then finally, platforms are accountable to relevant stakeholders. In a way, this is a recap of all the other principles, making sure that they are able to demonstrate their internal processes. If there are complaints, making sure there's appeal processes and platforms can respond effectively and in good time. So this is on the guidelines part and how indirectly it relates to media information literacy as well. And just another reminder that platforms also have responsibility to promote these skills and competences among its users. Now I would like to move more to the part of actual media literacy work that we do. And again, the way we approach media information literacy, as I mentioned, we see it not only in terms of the responsibility of schools and teachers, although I will get to that as well, but also, and platforms, but also at community level, different community leader level, and also in terms of media organizations' responsibility to promote media and information literacy. So I will start by quickly talking about this project called Social Media for Peace in Indonesia. This is a good bridge between media information literacy and the social platform governance kind of pillars of our work. So this is a project that is implemented in Indonesia, but also in other countries like Kenya, Colombia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And very briefly, basically, it tries to promote media literacy and peace online using digital tools and social media, but also it tries to make sure that content moderation in different countries is in line with human rights standards and also informed by local context and national context, really. And so as part of this, UNESCO supported setting up a coalition of civil society organizations, 12 in total. It's called Koalisi Damai. In Bahasa Indonesia, Damai means peace, so I don't know if it might be the same in Malay as well. And the idea is that we are working with the coalition and supporting them to speak directly with the government and with platforms on how to make cyberspace a more democratic and safer space for all. And as part of this, they advise platforms on how they can increase, bridge this gap between local communities and global companies and make sure that content moderation of local languages, of local content is in line with international standards and also informed by this local context. And platforms also, and the civil society also, the Damai Coalition also tries to connect basically Indonesian civil society and young people with platforms to promote different media literacy campaigns. We did some, especially ahead of the general elections in February. And so this is how we approach it in a let's say, multi-stakeholder way, putting together civil society, government platforms, and ensuring that they all play a role in promoting media literacy and like safer cyberspace, basically. Another example is, it was also part of this project, training religious leaders ahead of the elections. And we have a lot of very good lessons learned from this activity. Basically, we engaged with a local NGO called Gusturian. For us, it was for the first time engaging with religious leaders from different religions. So we had leaders from the Islamic community, Buddhists, Christians, also some indigenous groups. And the idea was to train them ahead of elections on what is, election-related disinformation and hate speech, and what is the role of local communities, leaders, such as religious leaders, in ensuring, in basically combating this kind of harmful content. And we specifically chose religious leaders who had high following also online so that they could have some influence. After the training, they actually produced together interfaith campaigns for peace ahead of elections. So different religious leaders getting together from different denominations, different religions, and promoting peaceful narratives and explaining what is hate speech, what is disinformation, to the wider public, basically. And this, we learned, worked really well. It attracted very high audience numbers. Indeed, I feel like in a time when there's increasing mistrust in mainstream media, in public, it is very strategic to engage with local community leaders who still trust of communities. And this is one way to promote media information literacy. Another way, of course, is engaging with teachers and schools. Through the Aspinet network, for example, we've done this workshop already in Indonesia for senior high school teachers, and we are also planning one in Malaysia, actually. So keep tuned for that. The idea is that we usually have teachers from different backgrounds who teach a variety of subjects and talk to them about what is their role and what kind of tools they can use to address the impact of disinformation and hate speech on their students. Indeed, this is like increasing pressure on teachers, and they're not necessarily prepared to deal with this. So we try to get them together and get different experts from fact-checking groups, journalist groups, civil society, and see how teachers can adapt some of the media information literacy approaches. Another thing we will be doing, this is not on the slide, but also we would like to support schools and universities in formulating guidelines for the use of rising technologies such as generative AI. A global survey that UNESCO just carried out of 450 schools and universities showed that only less than 10% have any kind of formal policy or guidelines for ChatGPT. And of course, this is, we're all still catching up. This is a problem because young people all over the world are already using these technologies, including to do their homework or recreationally. And it is important to have these guidelines. And so we will be supporting schools and universities in the region, including in Malaysia, to do that. Yeah, finally, just another example is this was a senior editors forum, again, on elections. I'm sorry that most of my examples are from Indonesia, but we're hoping to increase our engagement in Malaysia, certainly. But this is, again, an example of what is the media's role in promoting media literacy among their audience. And the idea is that actually the more media is transparent about how they operate, the more they have programs that engage young people and increase their awareness of why journalism is important or how journalism works, like how even decisions get made inside newsrooms, they increase engagement and trust of younger audiences. So indeed, we argue it is in their interest. We discussed different things ahead of the Indonesian elections in this forum, from safety of journalists to quality election reporting. But one other thing we discussed, and we hope to continue this work in the future, is how newsrooms can have different programs or channels that engage young audiences from a media literacy perspective. Like, there's all kinds of examples when, for example, some newsrooms have offline youth clubs, and that sometimes they get invited in the newsroom and to attend editorial meetings to understand what are the decision-making processes, how do editors pick a story, what is the editing process. I feel like when young people are exposed to this kind of initiatives, they also understand that, like, how much goes into crafting a story and why they need to remain critical about agenda setting and media framing that is applicable to whether the content is produced by actual media or an influencer. And there's like examples also when newsrooms produce dedicated ombudsman programs where they discuss also any kind of complaints they have received from their audience, and they try to reply and explain the process. So again, this is one way media literacy can be promoted by another actor, which is the media. And then finally, I won't go too much into this, but I had mentioned global citizenship education and education more generally. Here are some of the resources UNESCO has developed for different actors, so policymakers, actual teachers, and journalists, on how they can address harmful content online, promote media literacy, and engage their own local networks and communities. You can access all of these online. Some of them are even available in different languages. That's all on my end. There's just, yes, final slide with some statistics and our future directions. Obviously, strengthening cooperation with different stakeholders. As I mentioned, it is a multifaceted topic, and everyone has responsibility to promote media literacy. Supporting, obviously, international exchanges, regional exchanges is very important. And indeed, today's forum and the Global Media Information Literacy Week is one opportunity to do that. That's all on my end. I hope I haven't spoken for too long. Thank you so much. I look forward to any questions or comments anyone might have. Feel free to connect with me via email if you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aina, for the enlightening presentations on UNESCO's roles in promoting critical thinking and combating misinformation.
Next, we have an important and forward-looking discussion on a topic that is at the intersection of technology and media, that is generative AI and the future of journalism, navigating opportunities and ethical challenges in public interest reporting. As AI continues to evolve, its impact on journalism, particularly in the areas of reporting, fact-checking, and ethical consideration, will be profound. We are fortunate to have a panel of distinguished experts from journalism, education, and technology who will explore how generative AI is transforming the media landscape and what ethical challenge lies ahead. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists, Ms. Jacqueline Nur Atika Abdullah Stringer for the New Sarawak Tribune and Communication Director for Citrine One Borneo, Ms. Alice Wisyo Lial, Chairperson Commonwealth Journalists Association Sarawak Branch, Board of Directors Angkatan Zaman Mansang Azam, Mr. Chua Ki Man, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Education, Language and Communication, University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS, and Associate Professor Dr. Johari bin Abdullah, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University Malaysia Sarawak. And guiding this exciting discussion, we are delighted to have Ms. Cheryl Shaminato, news anchor and TV host, as our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our panelist and moderator as I take the stage for this important discussion.
Right, thank you, MC, and very good noon to all distinguished guests and, of course, the participants who are here at this very inspiring and yet insightful day of GMILD 2024. Now, definitely, with all the panels that we are here, please give them a warm welcome to the stage. And thank you so much for gracing us definitely as we delve down into this topic of generative AI and the future of journalism. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the panels were introduced earlier, 4 panels that we have here today come from academicians, academic backgrounds of research, and of course, media practitioners who are there on the ground themselves. Now, definitely, as we all know, that AI poses a very common thing, I think, recently. And definitely with this topic, as we navigate the opportunities and the ethical challenges that we have in public interest reporting, definitely from our stakeholders that we have here today at this noon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, generative AI, as we know, has shown remarkable potential in transforming various initiatives and in various industries, and this does not leave out journalism or media, as we all know. Now, from AI-driven content creation and also to a personalized news delivery, now the technology offers numerous possibilities, obstacles, and also its challenges. Now, the adoption of AI, as we pose the question, now before we end, how many of you here and in the audience of participants have used ChatGPT, either in your research or if those of you are media practitioners here, please raise your hand. No harm, no shy. I'm pretty sure there are still some more, maybe those outside. See, so as we can see here from the panels here, I think it's more than 50% of the hall who are using, and even myself. So, and everyone who is adopting AI is not a stranger in the realm of media, actually. And particularly the topic here, we're going to regard on misinformation data privacy and journalistic integrity. So to begin, for our panels here, each and every one of you who we know is definitely well established to talk on the matter, who needs no introduction. We have those from UNIMAS, from Azam, and also Ms. Jacqueline from Citron One. Definitely with all this expertise and experiences that each and every one of you have, my question begins now with the branch of AI in creating new and original content. As we know, algorithms, how do you see generative AI, as we know, reshaping the role of journalists in exploring its role as a tool rather than an author? So this comes in the question. And what are probably the opportunities, limitations in integration, in disseminating messages, and what are the safeguards that should be placed? As we know from the previous session earlier, we have known on its opportunities, its chances. Now comes in the question, the safeguards that should be in place to maintain media as a public trust. Maybe you can start off from Mr. Chua first. It will be a roundtable session, so each and everyone will definitely go on the same topic.
To safeguard, thank you, Cheryl, for the question, and thank you everyone for having us today. To really safeguard, I think it's quite a tricky question to answer because, as mentioned by previous speakers, it takes more than just a personal endeavor and all that, because you need policies to be in place. But every time we talk about to safeguard all this usage in journalism and all that, I think the concern is always censorship, because you don't want people to wrongly use all these AI tools to generate content which are not really there, fake news or misinformation and all that. So I think it's not easy, but if you talk about in the future, I'm a person who believes that censorship should be there, but that goes against the principles of the free press and all that. So maybe if I want to wrap it up in a short sentence, would be we try to censor for the better good. You know what I mean? Like not to censor everything, but if you realize that something is wrong, we need to take it out. Right? We shouldn't allow that to happen at all. But we'll talk more in this forum, and then in my afternoon session, I will also share why this is really, really important for the future of the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Chua. Maybe over to Professor Dr. Johari. I mean, writing on what has been mentioned, safeguarding is a very tricky question. And coming from an academic background from the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, how do we disseminate between media literacy and putting technology into this matter?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. Thanks, Cheryl, esteemed panelists and all the audience. Coming from a technical background, computer science, my interest when it comes to generative AI, of course, is from the technical side. And when you mention about how to safeguard media and journalism from the unethical usage of technology, you have two options. One, from the technical perspective, what are the gateways that we can implement in order to control? I don't like to use the word control, but somehow to safeguard against the misuse of AI. Yes, it is possible. Very challenging if you look at ChatGPT and how you want to determine if a content is generated by AI tools like ChatGPT. At the moment, there is no solution to that. And we are reaching to the point where AI technology will be as good as human intelligence and will surpass human intelligence within our lifetime. So there is a test called Turing test, whereby how to differentiate between whether an entity is an AI entity or human. If the questioner cannot guess at least half of the question or the answer from this entity, then it deems to pass the Turing test. Only recently that ChatGPT Model 4 has passed that Turing test since 1947. And when you look at other domains like image, audio, and video, image, for example, if you look at social media, there are so many images generated by AI. Company like Google, Meta/Facebook now implement watermark to differentiate AI-based generated images and so on. But at the end of the day, it's always, I would say, a competition between those that want to use AI for the negative things and those that want to protect and safeguard. And at the moment, we are not sure who is ahead of time. And coming back to the second part, how you want to safeguard, I guess based on awareness, that's one. Self-control, I would say that is the best, but the most difficult to implement. So overall, we are still trying to find a way on how to curb the unethical use of AI in journalism, for example. And from the technology perspective, there is no foolproof solution yet. So it's a race against time for the tech company to come up with some sort of safeguard. And just to close for this session, I think from the perspective of all the big tech companies, Google, Meta, OpenAI, and so on, the reason why there is a delay on the latest model, for example, ChatGPT, now is GPT 4.01, Omni 1, and they have, I think, based on rumors, GPT 5 is ready, but they are unable to release because there is no proper safeguard. So GPT 5 claim to reach the level of human intelligence. So we call that AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, and either end of this year or maybe early this year they will release that. So that is exciting and scary at the same time. Back to you, Cheryl. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johari. Now, you mentioned earlier, of course, very interesting that you pointed out that ChatGPT 5 is already in the realm. And of course, for us right now in the industry, is that revolutionizing over the years from Industry 4.0 in 2018. And now we are in Industry 5.0, which we will get further into that discussion in between humans and automation as well in integrating in content. Now, of course, definitely to not control is the right word that you have pointed out here, but to curb and in safeguarding is what Dr. Johari has mentioned earlier. And well, maybe we'll pass on also as well from the media perspective to both Ms. Alice and Ms. Jack as well. As we know that AI fluency, it also comes across in digital literacy. Now, for most journalists, sometimes we use AI, as myself as well, being in broadcasting, we do use AI in terms of magical touch that is combined with these machines and definitely to actually optimize the best results, to facilitate research, and this comes in the question in publishing or broadcasting for that matter. Editors play a very crucial role in gatekeeping to ensure that journalists don't fall behind, especially with adoption of technology. So maybe over to Ms. Alice and also later to Ms. Jack. I mean, while generative AI here, we can actually predict the next piece of data as we know in possibilities. I mean, what is your take in maintaining public trust with editors already being as a gatekeeper in this matter? What's your opinion?
Thank you very much. This emergence of AI is definitely a game changer in everybody's life, whether individual, privately, or professionally. And in journalism, it's not spared. I know that there are a lot of people who have been writing the articles, journalists, using AI generative. And we spoke on this, right? Spoke on this. And also the editors. Editors will, normally in the process, the editors will check the stories. And a lot of reporters or journalists are writing using AI generative. So how do we win the trust? Do we just, our story should or we say copy paste directly or completely from AI generative writings? I think that if journalists, they put their code of ethics, right? Their code of ethics, we journalists have a code of ethics. The most important one is accuracy and verify, right? If we stick to this code of ethics and we place it alongside with the usage of AI apps, and if we have that integrity, to draw a borderline when we use this, I think we can still, maintain the trust of our readers or our viewers, as in the case of broadcast journalism. And no doubt, AI really enhanced the writing of the journalists, very enhanced. But I feel that the human touch of that journalist to write an ethical article should be there. You know, in journalists without AI, they have their own style of writing. You read an article without a byline and you say, oh, I know who write this. That is this fellow's style. The style is there, you know. So if you use AI generative to enhance your story, but you rewrite, remodify to your style, to your taste, you know, and keeping to the ethics of journalism, I think you can still keep your, you know, your readers, your viewers.
Thank you, Ms. Alison. Of course, definitely well said. As a journalist myself, we do believe that the originality and the accuracy in reporting, as we are actually being in bridging, disseminating information to the public and gaining their trust is very important. And the originality and the touch that we have cannot be segregated by AI or technology and tools. But even so, we are using it more and more for research. And this comes in a question as well, next to Ms. Jack, on ethical reporting. As we know that recently, I think according to the Malaysian Press Institute, definitely media literacy is important. It has been vouched to be very vital, especially in empowering news consumers to critically assess AI-generated content. Now, this is towards the consumers and the readers instead of the practitioners. Now, news consumers must also be able to differentiate between fake and inaccurately manipulated news and real news. So as we know, AI media industry has been started off as it cannot be dismissed in this matter, as it allows us to be more productive. Now, what's your take on this issue, Ms. Jack?
Thanks, Cheryl. Okay, generative AI would also make misinformation. As for me, because I was a reporter with Borneo Post for the last 15 years, I just left last year. And I've been doing a lot of news, including crime news and other general desk topic. Basically, I never use AI because like what Alice said just now, if you know that person's style of writing, oh, that must be Jack's story. Because I know how she writes, the intro, everything, right? Because there are few occasions that reporters based on AI generative like ChatGPT, right? For example, they want to know what was the past story, the crime story of so-and-so, which happened. Tapi diorang tak check, you know, for the last, tak check dia punya fakta tu, and then terus submit pergi ke editor. Editor kata, oh, this is part of the story is wrong. Because you terlalu bergantung kepada AI, there is no human touch to it, or either you are lazy, you do not want to listen during the press conference. So I'm not saying that AI is not good. It's good, but somehow or other, that you would have to check your facts must be right in there. So sometimes, without checking the facts, it can cause repercussion on to the media companies, especially. And recently, I think there was a picture of Premier. Actually, it was published with a group of visitors from overseas who came to see him. So I think there were like 4 to 5 people. Actually, using AI, you can actually cut the people into 2% only, you know. They just crop it, jadi 2 orang. So which is not right, isn't it? Because it's a whole team of people meeting him, isn't it? So it was not published, but it was like people, main lah, with that type of picture. You know what I mean? Yeah. So other than that.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. And also, you were touching earlier, as we know from your background of investigative reporting and crime, being on crime itself, and definitely as we see the numbers going at the critical, we say we have talents in Sarawak, but probably for investigative journalism is into a more deeper realm than it is. So maybe based on your background and experience, and also in having these two areas coming together in maintaining originality, I mean, how can AI tools actually help, can it actually help address the challenges of resource constraints, especially in areas of investigative journalism? I mean, based on experience, as we know, in investigative journalism, analysis and story, they are very paramount. What's your take on that?
I'm very afraid to base on just AI. So sometimes it gives you the correct information. Yes, that's true, but then you have to check. End of the day, you have to check your facts, make sure that your facts is right, because we do not want to simply write anything based on just AI or ChatGPT. Right, Alice? Yeah. So I think which Alice has already explained just now. It is of much help, yes, but then end of the day, it would come back to the conventional way of writing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Jack, for answering on the first few sessions on introducing generative AI, and you took a little bit on investigative journalism, definitely from this earlier conversation that we had, to know how to differentiate, and for journalists and media practitioners, role is very important in making sure the originality and fact-checking of news is important, and gatekeeping is also into play. Now we are going to dive actually deeper. I mean, we can do another round session on the opportunities that AI offers. You know, besides enhancing productivity and also personalized reporting, media, other than reporting and broadcast, it also comes into academia and research, definitely. And for academicians, definitely there is a way for you to actually check whether the article or the dissertation is being produced by AI or not. So the next question goes to Mr. Chua, as well as someone who is from the Faculty of Education and also Language and Communication. In this matter, as we know, in revolutionizing the industry, now we are in the midst of from 4.0 to 5.0, with 5.0 being humans and machines coming together. This is definitely one of your expertise as well. I mean, as we know, we talk about productivity this time. 84% of Malaysians have mentioned that they use AI for work. I mean, in the hall, it's evident already. And 77% are citing exhaustion since the COVID-19 pandemic, and using AI can enhance their productivity. Now, in the realm of research and academia, what is your opinion as using AI to boost creativity?
Thank you, Cheryl. So for creativity sense, I think it's the other way around, in a way where the more you use AI, the easier it is to find creativity, which means, like what was mentioned by the panelists as well, because everyone is writing the same style. The moment you have a little bit of creativity, you stand out from the rest. So a lot of people did not realize that the more they depend on AI, they reduce their own creative way of writing. So I was telling my student, because I'm teaching social media management and communication, every time you read a caption these days, copywriting is gone. Everyone is writing the same style, same boring way of using emojis and all that. By the time you look at the caption, that's AI. I mean, it serves its purpose, right? It serves its purpose. But if you talk about creativity, the moment someone writes something else with a different style, that one catches your attention more. So it's quite easy to detect creativity these days as compared to before, because those days, everyone has that unique way of writing. Now, somehow, everyone is writing the same way. Same thing with academic journals. People are being very mechanistic when it comes to academic journal. Everyone writing the same style, just changing some numbers here and there. So I find it a bit, how to put it, a paradox, because we're trying to use AI to improve our creativity, but at the same time, we are reducing our ability to be creative. But having said that, Dr. Johari mentioned about the new version of ChatGPT and all this. One thing that we don't realize is we can actually train ChatGPT to write like yourself. There's this thing called custom GPT. If you customize it, you upload all your previous writing, your original writing, upload everything to ChatGPT. Tell ChatGPT, this is the way I write. I want to use this kind of tone. This is my preference. These are the words that I normally use. The next time you write it using ChatGPT, it will write according to your style. So that's even harder to differentiate between, is that you or AI, because that AI is actually Kiman 2.0, because he's another person. Actually, I did that. I did many tests on this because I'm so into LLM and all that for specific needs, not for the general use. You can actually train it to do many things, even creative writing. The other one that I did before, like a couple of weeks ago, was how to emulate Murakami. So I feed the ChatGPT with all Murakami's work, and then I just give a theme. I say, write another novel just like this. And then they change all the characters, everything, but the style is identical to Murakami's work. Can you imagine what will happen in the future where you can't even differentiate, is that the human creativity or AI creativity? So, which is why I think it's intriguing, but also scary at the same time, as mentioned by Dr. Johari. This is only 3 years after ChatGPT. We're celebrating the second anniversary soon. We don't even know what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. Yeah.
Maybe over to Dr. Johari. I mean, now we're popping on ChatGPT 5.0, as we know, and we could recap a little bit. AI can actually be fed and be taught. So without the information that we are feeding into the system, into this open source system, it is actually taking from the processes and the items that we are feeding them. I think recently, there's a viral news happening that ChatGPT is speaking Bahasa Sarawak, I think, recently in social media, but in a very different tone. And just to reveal as well, even for broadcasting now, for a short capsule of news, ChatGPT is being used. So how it's being used in the industry now is that copying my voice, emulating it, and it is trained to follow my tone of voice, but we can detect from the originality itself. However, it helps into speeding the process of not having anchors to voice over for a very short time or period of news. And as much as it can be scary and productive as well. I mean, once you take Dr. Johari on hopping on this in the technological implications and impact, you know, as you also delve deeper into ChatGPT 5.0, maybe you could share to the audience.
Thanks, Cheryl. Before that, I would like to continue from Kiman discussion just now about creativity. Back in 2022, if you ask me, can AI be creative? And I will say totally a big no. Because I always believe creativity is the sole domain of human being. But when ChatGPT released, and my interest was to look into the image generation, looking at Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E 2 back then and so on, then that opinion of mine shattered totally. Of course, it's not perfect yet in terms of the writing, the images, and so on, but it's really good. And I wouldn't be surprised within the next even weeks or even months that it will at least be as good as human. What I mean by that, for example, images, Cheryl, if you use any of the platform, DALL-E 3, Copilot, ChatGPT, and I'm using Stable Diffusion and Flux, when you generate the image, and I went to the Faculty of Creative Arts at UNIMAS and probably show all the images that I generated using all these AI platform. And when I talked to my colleague at the Creative Art faculty, and they say, it looks nice, but it lacks something. Similarly, when I was discussing with my colleague at the Faculty of Language, show them, oh, this is the story written by ChatGPT and so on. They say perfectly well, spelling-wise, grammar-wise, but there's one thing missing. And that one thing missing is the soul of the writing or the soul of the image. I don't understand that until now, but I think that is true. So when you read a story written by ChatGPT, spelling-wise, grammar-wise, language-wise, it is perfect because it is powered by large language model. But you can feel something is missing there. And there's no uniqueness, I would say, and there is no soul to it. Image-wise, one of the artists that I was discussing, he told me, look at the eyes. Perfect, but it doesn't have a soul. You look at it, it's lifeless and empty. I still don't understand, but I think that is true. So what is happening now is getting faster. I think that the challenge with AI and ChatGPT is the speed at which things are changing. Even for us from this particular domain, the technical perspective, on daily basis, there is something new that power this AI. Now, going back to your question about GPT-5, the current trend, A few danger that probably we don't realize. AI research is very, very expensive. And those companies like OpenAI, Meta, Google, and so on spend billions actually to do research and to generate the model. So just give you the perspective of the cost and why this is important. OpenAI, for example, when they train GPT-4, the current engine that powers ChatGPT, they are using around 2,500 H100 GPU. Guess how much per card, the graphic card? Per card, 350,000 ringgit, one card. So 2,500 ringgit for 6 months in order to train the model. So it costs around 70 million US dollars. And per day, the cost of running the data center to power all the ChatGPT that we are using is 700,000 US dollar per day, 2.1 million or 2.8 million, and multiply that by 365 days. So it is expensive. So the danger, because of the high cost, only big companies have access to the technology. So they control this technology. Whatever they feed this AI to train this AI, that is the bias. So if they don't like us in Malaysia, they just feed everything about lies about Malaysia, and that's what you get. So we don't have any control about that. No such control. So there are bias, and all the AI technology now has something called hallucination. It will tell you answer even though it doesn't know whether it's right or not. It's how it is built actually. And the biggest problem is hallucination. It's going to be solved soon. Some of the companies have found a way to solve that problem. And at some point then it will be as good as human to tell you the answer. Hopefully one day it will tell you, no, I do not know the answer. And as what Cheryl mentioned, I think the current craze in social media is people chatting with the voice mode of ChatGPT. If you are interested, we can kelakar Sarawak to ChatGPT. Sound funny like orang Melaya kelakar Sarawak lah, but it's quite interesting. It can jaku iban, can kelakar binario, and so on. So maybe later I'll share it. Okay, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Johari. And very impressive that you pointed out that, of course, with ChatGPT 5.0, I think for some of us here, it's something new that we are trying to actually explore. And definitely with the realm of social media coming in, this voice generation and all the items and information that you feed. And you touched on a very important point, which is feeding on the wrong source of news or fake news or spreading, as you mentioned, fake or lies about the nation. So this comes in the question when it comes into journalism or reporting. Now, the next question is, of course, to our panels who are in the media, Ms. Alice and Ms. Jack as well. Now, touching on what Dr. Johari has mentioned, on disseminating information that might not actually be real to the public. Now, this comes in the question as the role of journalists, as journalists do often misuse tools or generative tools such as AI. Now, this comes into a question, AI being its author rather than a tool. And with generative as AI, as we know in layman matter, they predict based on the next piece of data, based on its sets of possibilities, on its patterns, on its output and probabilities, and is reliant on the data that it was trained on. So however, the data that you are feeding might not be true or not. So in the realm of media landscape, this is definitely revolutionizing the industry. So coming from the media, I mean, what can you say on the next set of journalists to be aware of this, and also the readers and consumers? As we know, social media plays a very important role, even in journalism, in this trend. What's your take?
So my take on this AI, Chat GPT, and all that is all about data. Data feed into Chat GPT, and we are using it. Journalists who are using this app, they are using the data that has been already fed. And sometimes our own story or information is being fed, like what mentioned just now. So my take is, what about with this sharing, open sharing of data? You can just data from all these AI generative apps and all that. Does plagiarism comes into it. Because in journalism, we are very particular on plagiarism. Are we, I think it is something that maybe we should think about. If there is no law that says that journalists using all this data from these JI generative apps, there is no law, nothing to, no law or no legislative on this. So are they practicing plagiarism? And one day, if your data is being fed, somebody use your data, can you sue them for you? This is something that comes to my mind.
Thank you, Ms. Alice. And also maybe to Ms. Jack, maybe you could also share from a consultant point of view, having known to be training journalists as well. Plagiarism is a very important point that we touch in journalists and definitely also in the academics line as well. And in research, as we know that fact-checking is important, plagiarism is definitely a no-no in this industry. So with all this coming in place, and I know the state is going towards digital innovation, it's also part of the 9th Sustainable Development Goals, which is in innovation. So with all this innovation and infrastructure coming in place, how do we actually curb or control, or should there be a policy be implemented into making sure the ethical code of conduct of journalists is still in place?
I think there should be something, a policy kind of thing, being drafted or imposed by the ministry. I think it's MCMC for us, yeah, MCMC. Yeah, like what Alice has said, it's very difficult to actually track or check, and your data can be used by someone else later on, right? So at this very moment, we do not have any policy on that one. So we are all going back to square one, like checking things manually, yeah, getting our facts and data right. I think as we are moving forward, moving ahead, I think there should be some kind of policy, yeah, imposed by ministry. I think if I'm not wrong, our ranking of, I don't know, Malaysia probably is not one of those top 10 people who are really into AI. I think I've got a statistic somewhere. But this was in 2020. Malaysia on global rank set at number 20, regional rank number 1, and Government AI Readiness Index 2020, how ready we were at that time was only 63.46% as compared to North America, 85.48%. Right. Of course, Malaysia was not the last of the list. I think the last one was Vietnam, and then Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines is just below Malaysia. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Jack, to share on the stats. I mean, hopping also back on the statistic that we have on Malaysia, do you see it as a growing trend that we will often see in the media over the years, or with its increasing trend, it comes into an evolution with the region coming up with all these Sarawak AI Center, its initiatives, and to spearhead AI in its development, and even I think, as we all know, they are incorporated in the civil service. So, coming from the statistics that you shared, do you think to see that this is going to be an evolution and the approach moving forward?
Yeah, I think we should have that center, but not too many restrictions lah. Because recently I pun baca from what YB Fahmi Fazil from MCMC was saying about, okay, we're going to set up a center, but we must have this restriction, that restrictions. But how you're going to do it is another level, you see. So it's not easier said than done for me, but then there must be some kind of guidelines to it, like we just don't talk about figures that fall from the sky. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jack. And also, it's a very good sharing that you had also as well. And next we will be going into a more deeper understanding on not only generative AI, and this is going towards, as we know, probably today we're going to leave the hall with knowing the future of journalism. Now, with all the policies and implementation, of course, with Sarawak's flagship initiative. As we know, we have AI for smart agriculture. Even now, I think Lipan is very famous also. So it means that we are going towards the 5.0 industry in leveraging humans and also machine and robots. And I think in the recent national budget, we had a robot answering a question on what robots need, which is clothes, I think, for them. So very entertaining and very interesting. Now, hopping on this, we go for another round table. Maybe perhaps from academician point of view and to the journalistic approach. I mean, as we plug into the issue of the recent layoffs for TikTok, which had its layoffs of workers, to its reason being that its content creation or generation is not needed by humans anymore, which is probably around almost 50%, which can be created by AI. So it means with the layoffs of worker and TikTok being a very good social media platform, and with TikTok being a generative platform for income as well for social media influencers, they are having these layoffs, which comes into the question of the nation's talent pool in content creator and journalists. What is your opinion and what can you share about this, Ms. Chua?
Talking about TikTok layout, I think that numbers were not really, they never reveal who are those being laid off, but I kind of expect most of them are the moderators. Because on TikTok, whether you like it or not, there are humans moderating all your content. So every time this AI flags certain content, there are humans there who go and moderate and everything. I have a feeling majority of those who were laid off are those moderators, because before this, the AI engine or the machine learning part was not that capable of filtering all the harmful content or whatever. But because AI has advanced in recent weeks, months, so I think the laid off is kind of inevitable. But talking about content creation, TikTok doesn't really rely on their own content creators. They rely on common people like all of us. We are the content creators for TikTok. In fact, we make them rich because they use our content, they publicize it, they earn the engagement, and they sell their products there or whatsoever they're doing. Our content is actually the driving force of the community. Happens in IG, Facebook, YouTube, is the same, right? But one thing interesting that I want to add on to what Ms. Jack has added was on the journalism and also content creators these days. If you realize, we don't really have genuine content creators. We have a lot of content curators. You will see the same thing being done or repurposed for different platforms. Like news, for example, I have a friend who worked in the Star, and he always complained to me. He said, you know what? I spent all the sweat and tears to go and collect this data. I put up my article there. Suddenly, all the other news portals are just repurposing my article and then ask ChatGPT to rewrite in a different way. So one person doing all the hard job, all the other news portals or news agencies are just picking up on one and then release. So it kills that enthusiasm of being a really, really good journalist. Everyone is just ending up become curators. We are just looking at what's hot now. If you look at social media now, all these blogs and all that, they wait for all this viral content. One person viral it, the rest of the portal will start to spread the same content. So I think that's a challenge that I think we're facing. And also, to talk about the difference between AI and human, we need to realize that AI is useful for the writing part. The data, the facts, and all that should come from human. We are the one who feed the data or the facts. We can go out to the field, get all this information, get all this data. We just ask ChatGPT to help us write. That I think still okay. Not relying totally on AI to just come up with some things that we don't know. Like I tell my student as well, when it comes to research writing, you don't ask ChatGPT to write the whole thing. You still have to go and collect the data. Once you collect your data, you come up. If you don't know how to write that part, you can consult ChatGPT on how to write that part. But data comes from you. I think that kind of habit should be trained. Data, in terms of accuracy or whatever, should come from human. the style of writing can be assisted by AI. Yeah, that's my take on this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chua. And maybe Dr. Johari as well. Could you also share your opinion as well? But you touched on a very important, a very interesting matter on we are now curators as we go, and with the adoption of tools and technology, it comes across different barriers and different sectors, organizations, and also it's not leaving out the generations nowadays. Even my dad is pursuing his postgrad, and he's using ChatGPT to do his slides. So this is something very important issue to also bring out. Although it doesn't have any borders across communities, maybe you could also add on to what Mr. Chua has mentioned, and also for tools of AI helping to actually address the challenges of resources and the effects that it could be to the talent pool in the nation.
One of the discussion in regards to technology is the job losses and job creation. And this is not something new. If you go back to the first industrial revolution, what happened is the same. But what is scary is the speed at what it is happening now, as I mentioned just now. And with any technology is a double-edged sword. Every technology has the good side and the bad side. So AI is not the problem, actually. I think the biggest problem when it comes to consumerism and maybe media, consumer needs media in real time. I still remember during the 80s, the only way for me to get news is once a month when Jabatan Penerangan go to the kampung and show the wayang on screen. And before the wayang, then we tell you about all these latest news and so on. Then after that, we have to wait 8 o'clock at night in order to get the news from RTM and so on. But now people want things in real time. So when we talk about creative domain, like the painter, the artist, the journalist and so on, if you are given the time, then you will write and create the proper item or outlet. But due to the demand from the company, because the company that we are working for, I think their concern is just to make profit. So they tell you how fast can you generate the article, how fast can you generate the content and so on. And because of that kind of pressure, we succumb to the way of using technology on the wrong way. I think that's the conclusion that I can make actually. So it's the drive for consumerism that make things actually really bad.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johari. The drive for consumerism is actually one of the items. And maybe before we recap also, maybe from Ms. Alice and Ms. Jack, also coming on the issue of human capital. With what Dr. Johari has mentioned, you mentioned that, in giving the fastest news article comes in the pressure of journalists as well, and certain organizations or firms and industries to create content and articles. So moving forward, to recap on the future of journalism, do you see this AI in enhancing, it may not be the problem, but be an issue for consumerism. But the pressure of having fast reporting, but accurate, comes into the question. What can you share about that from Ms. Alice and Ms. Jack also?
According to the World Economic Forum on the Sustainable Committee meeting, I think was last year, 2023, they still list editors, okay? So I can assume that journalists, they are still one of the 4 jobs, future jobs, that will remain a profession that they will not be replaced by robot or AI, but they will be enhanced, they can, journalists can enhance from the use of AI generative. But listening, I'm so worried because of the advanced technology that we might be replaced, all right? We might be replaced with the fast advancement. But then again, the human touch, the creativity of human creativity is not there. So maybe, consumerism is that saying, maybe they still want human touch, in what they read or what. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't like to go to a restaurant and a robot comes and serve me. I cannot say thank you. I cannot smile at the waiter or waitress. I do that. So if there's a robot, I don't like that. So I feel that We are all humans. Why are we scared of AI? We fight them. We still have that, we still have that power to maintain the human touch, to maintain where we are.
That's very interesting, Ms. Alice. And of course, definitely for most of us here, we could agree more that we prefer a human instead of a humanized robot to actually serve us. For example, if you're checking into a hotel, you want to be greeted by a receptionist at the front instead of having a robot asking you whether you want to have your breakfast sent to your room. I'm pretty sure the human touch there is definitely some sentiment that most of us will have as the public. And I want over to Ms. Jack as well. What could you write on over to what Ms. Alice has commented on the talent pool of journalists, especially in your expertise of investigative journalism?
I do not like to be served by robot as well. Okay, the emergence of the artificial intelligence, right, is not a threat to the media industry. I think end of the day, it's human who will be in control. I mean, the journalists will be in control of their own news to provide the human touch and the real world observation. I would say it's like that. So last time we used to hear that, the media industry is, I think the print is a sunset industry, but nobody is talking about it now. So we're talking about the emergence of the AI technology. And then definitely AI will not replace reporters. So the existing reporters right now, wherever they are working, whoever they're working for, so rest assured that your place will not be taken by robots. Robots do not have feelings. We do have feelings. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jack, and definitely well said to top it. We won't be replaced by robots, and definitely from each and everyone poses that AI is not actually an issue, but however, we come with a quote that technology and people, when they come together, they will build a better place, and definitely AI is used as a tool, so it answers the question that is used as a tool to enhance, but not the author. Each and everyone has mentioned on the originality and the stories, and definitely compelling from each and every one of their expertise. And however, we are towards the closing, and maybe we could open up the floor for the Q&A session. So for those of you who would like to have a question directed to any of the panels, please kindly come to the center, and then the mic is there, and feel free to ask away. The floor is back to the audience now.
Assalamualaikum. Very good day to everyone. Again, thank you very much for all of our panels. I have two questions, is it okay?
Yeah,
right.
It's fine.
First, for our expert in journalists. Okay. So I'm from IKH University College. Of course, the future of our students is always in our mind, when it comes to job opportunities, right? So I'm glad to hear from our panel that, you put creativity over like AI touch and stuff, which I think, of course, is the core thing that differentiate human and AI. However, since Malaysia, we are not a full capitalist country, but we are somehow emulating towards that direction, right? So when it comes to journalism, of course, speed is of the essence, right? So if you're as a boss, for example, would you actually go for journalists who take a little bit of time, which means money, to actually produce a good article, or would you actually go for AI? So we are talking about whether core values triumph over cost-effective, right? So when it comes to anchor as well, when it comes to voiceover, it's a threat because I used to do voiceover before, but now, oh my God, getting a job in voiceover is quite challenging. In the US, it's already out of the picture. You already have an array amount of voice actors, AI voice actors to replace them. So now on the first question, my question, in your opinion, will core values actually triumph over cost-effective? Second question to our expert in AI. I'm interested in the sense that you mentioned about human soul and human touch in AI generative field. In some countries that is being plagued with loneliness epidemic, we have what we call right now AI dating partner already, where influencers upload, quote unquote, upload their personality into an AI to provide companionship to human,
right? Now, these people know this is not real love. They know they're not going to end up marrying this AI thing. However, this is also another question of whether human touch or human soul prevails over human desperation. To the point that some counselors in those countries opt for AI partners so that their client will stay and avoid suicide for them just to survive. So the second question, your opinion whether human touch will actually prevail over human desperation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your question. Maybe we'll start off with the first question to any of the panels, the media experts, and the second question is towards the AI experts. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, maybe I just state my opinion, a short one. If I am the employer, right, I would rather go for the human touch rather than everything that is AI generated. Right? Let's say, for example, in broadcasting, would you like to see her in front of the camera reading the news to you with the soul in her eye, or AI news presenter, AI newscaster? You know, which would you prefer? I'm sure you prefer a human newscaster, you know, with soul in the eyes, looking at you, and you fall in love with her. Don't fall in love with the rice cooker and marry your rice cooker. Yeah? And she has a body language, expression. News presenter, when they present a news, when it is a sad news, they have they have an expression which they are taught and trained to portray. And if it is a happy news, good news, the tone of voice, the facial expression change. All right? You don't want an AI presenter delivering some death and smiling away, so and so pass away, without any emotion. But we can have in the human newscaster. So I think, or I feel, I know that if you Google in India, they are using a lot of AI newscaster in India. There are a lot, but I think I heard news that RTM is also thinking about that idea. I hope they don't do it. They don't do it. But as far as I'm concerned, it is human over robot or over AI.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alice. Yeah, definitely you pointed out very sentiment actually for the consumers. Thank you so much. And yes, let's hope that I won't be replaced by a robot anytime soon with all this adoption. As you know, the eyes are the windows to the soul. All right, so over to our experts also on the left on the second question that has been given by the participant.
Before I go to the second, I think just want to add on that, because I was talking about this, what do you foresee society 5.0 would be? And then they were saying that AI and human work together and all that. Actually, as I mentioned just now, when AI content and all this becomes so democratized, everyone is producing all this kind of AI content, people will be willing to pay to get something else. It's like the other way around now. We are paying for human touch in the future. You don't know. Some crazy company, some crazy startup will say, look, you're getting bored with all this AI. We have humans here. Come and pay us. You don't know, because this could be disrupting to the economy as well. Because the more things are being democratized, all this unique thing will become unique. And sadly, it's the other way around. Those days we were chasing for AI. In the future, we are going to chase for humans. So it could happen in the future, and we don't know how fast it will go. And the second question about the soul, I will pass it to Dr. Johari, but I'll just add one thing. This thing about robotic companionship has been there for so many years. If you follow all this science fiction and all that, people has been imagining having a robotic relationship and all that. I think, but if you really go deeper in all the research, they still feel lonely anyway. You can have robots with their AI there, but you still feel the loneliness because you know that thing is not real human. But again, I can eat my words after the next couple of years. Maybe someone can create something that really resembles a real human being, and we don't know. But before that, I mean, before we reach that level, at the moment, I think we are still safe. We still love humans. We are not that obsessed with robots.
I remember when Telekom Malaysia TM back in 2012, they launched their online services for payment. And one thing that they noticed is the senior citizen still opt for physical kiosks. And they did a bit of research actually. Is the cause of this, the senior citizen are not adapt to technology? A small percentage yes. And I think the biggest surprise is the reason why they queue up for the physical kiosk because they want to chat with other people because nobody at home, the kids are grown up and so on. And that's the main reason actually. So that's very interesting. There is a platform called characters.ai. You can try to go there. And inside there are thousands and thousands of avatars for you to talk to someone in every single domain that you can imagine. Now, the principle for all the industrial revolution, why we opt for automation. Humans are great, but human fall sick, human need rest, human need to have a lunch break, need to go to the toilet, and so on and so on. And because of this, the capitalists always find a way how to increase automation, reduce dependency on human, increase productivity, and ultimately increase profitability. As simple as that. So we are going towards that direction. Even if I mention there is no soul to the image, there is no soul to the song, there is no soul to the video and whatever it is the right thing, eventually we will cross that line whereby the convenience of having an AI companion, avatar, robot, whatever it is, surpasses the needs for human touch and human soul. So when will that happen? I'm not sure, to be honest, but things are moving so fast. Search online, robot from China, the physical robot is almost there, very realistic compared to Sophia back in 2017, 2018. If you remember IDEX 2018, if I'm not mistaken, Sophia, those are old tech. And the one in China now, yeah, it is scary. I think that's the word to describe it. Interesting but scary. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Our panels, yes, indeed, when we mentioned the panels mentioned, of course, again and again, it's about human touch, the originality, and I think in the recent IDEX, Grammy Award singer also came in, and also the songs were actually sang by AI, and also some, even for musicians nowadays, we can't tell whether it's real or the original singer, as they can generate songs made from famous pop stars and songs generated and composed by AI itself. This is a scary thing, actually, for technology. However, this poses an intriguing answer for the future and also a future of media, or whether robots will be paying humans to do the job. That's maybe a worthy session to be enhanced also later. Now, I think we still have room for one more question. So if anyone wants to come up from the crowd, we have one final room for, I think, one more final question. Thank you to the audience as well for asking not one but two intelligent questions earlier. We have room for one more. So one more question for any one of you who want to come, please come up to the center before we end this session. All right, we have one. Please welcome her. All right.
Okay, I'm Azizuddin from ICATS as well. So looking at this, I'm studying AI for quite a long time already, more than 2 years plus, because my research is on the AI. So I want to ask in terms of the academician perspective and industry perspective, because I've been trying to do some testing on the ChatGPT. We're taking ChatGPT AI. Like you said, a human, you are looking for creativities and everything. So in the academic writing style, okay, I'm trying to do testing between one individual where he do his own writing, and then one individual is using the ChatGPT to use the AI to write. So when we incorporate that, it's end up that AI saying that the one who do his own writing using the creativity, put the souls and everything, all the output belong to the AI, which means that either you put your creativity or you are not. Now AI claims that the writing and the output from what we do is belong to the AI. So how we want to incorporate that in terms of academician perspective and the industry perspective, because us from the university, we are producing a graduate. So of course we will introduce them how to use these technologies in a proper way. And industry, you cannot say that you are not happy because these students are using it, because we are moving forwards toward that. So by hook or by crook, we need to accept that the technologies are now beyond our control. So how we want to incorporate that? Thank you.
Maybe I'll start first. I think the consensus on one, coming from the university, we are scrambling to find what is the balance between using AI tools and for the student. So the consensus is you need to know the fundamental first through the manual way, not using tools and so on. Once you know the fundamental, then you can use whatever AI tools that you want. But how to do that, we are still finding the way to do that. The principle is simple. We call it GIGO, G-I-G-O, garbage in, garbage out. Anybody can use ChatGPT, but if you do not know the fundamental, if you don't learn how to ask the right question, then you can get the garbage out. So that's the status now in university.
Just to add on, because I did a lot of extensive research when it comes to ChatGPT output and also writing. Like I mentioned just now, don't be confused between creativity in terms of the writing style and also the content. ChatGPT has only as much content as being fed. I mean, if it's given like 10K data, that's all that ChatGPT has. You will become creative if you add on something that ChatGPT doesn't know. That comes from you, right? For example, information about what happened in Sarawak, I'm pretty sure ChatGPT won't know, right? So I tell my students, the only way to find out whether you're creative or not, when I read the lines, I can feel like you are voicing up from a Sarawak point of view, not from some random AI-generated content. Whether you like it or not, it's always the chicken and egg issue, because how do we train AI in the first place? We give our writing. We are training AI to write like us, and then we blame them to write like us. Isn't that ironic? Like we are trying to be as natural as possible, but then we're blaming it to write the same way. So if you are talking about research point of view, that kind of research, maybe you should also define what is creativity in the first place. You have to be really clear of what do you mean by creativity here. Is it the way you write or the way you use the content, or you know what I mean? Because if you talk about academic writing, everyone write the same way. But what differentiates this academic writing from the other one is the data, is the reporting of the results, is the way you discuss the results, which are not really apparent in the way of writing. I mean, that's my point of view when it comes to how do you differentiate between creative work and non-creative work, because you have to be clear of what do you mean by creativity in the first place. Yeah.
Yeah, in the sense of journalists, right? Journalists, when we write, especially that daily news, whatever we feed to our audience or our readers, it must something latest. We write something latest headline, and the latest thing maybe you won't find in the in a chat GPT, because we are always writing something that is the latest. Latest is not in there yet, but once we write, it's there, right? So if the journalists write something that is always the latest, and this information is not available in these AI apps, we can still continue. You can still continue to write something that is new, something that is fresh, something that is not available in AI. But your style of writing, maybe we can still use the app to do it. But the information that you give it to your, that you publish is always news that is the latest.
Okay, I think I agree on what you had said earlier on, that for us reporters, we bergantung pada creativity lah. Because sometimes everybody, all journalists or all reporters will go to one function, for example, and sometimes if you notice the way the intro or the angle written by reporters, they're all the same, kan? You agree? So memang very hardly like you will find someone that will actually write based on their creativity of the content, which AI do not have all this, but it's human with soul in their eyes can write such thing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jack, Ms. Alice, Dr. Johari, and also Mr. Chua. And yes, indeed, I think for the consumers, they will know why is everything a beacon of excellence nowadays. So I think we can differentiate between what is humanized and what is made by AI. Now, thank you so much to Mr. Chua, Dr. Johari, Ms. Alice, and also Ms. Jack as well to be sharing yet another interesting topic which can be bring forward for the next session, hopefully, on generative AI and the future of journalism. And I hope the audiences here are left with a very new and also insightful inspiration on the future of journalism in media literacy has its opportunities, as we have navigated earlier, and also its challenges. But from all the panels that we have here, we're very fortunate to have all four of them sitting together and sharing their thoughts and expertise. And please give them a final round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and moderator for that fascinating discussion. Please remain on stage. And for the question that was posed during the discussion as well, on the future of journalism and impact on AI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to express our gratitude to our esteemed panelists and moderator for their insightful contribution to today's discussion. To present the token of appreciation, may I now invite Yang Berbahagia, Datu William Patrick Nyigor, members of the Board of Management, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, to join us on stage for the honors. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datu William, and to our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable insights and contribution to the session. Now, due to the time interest, if you have any question, you may take up to them directly during the lunch break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the networking sessions and lunch break. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to connect with fellow participants, exchange ideas and discuss the insight we have explored so far. Lunch is served at the back of, just at the back of the gallery, near the entrance. Please feel free to take this time to relax, enjoy the meal, and engage in meaningful conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene at 2:15 for the next part of our program. Enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to seeing you back soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be reconvened at 2:15, not 50, 15, 1:5 p.m. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. I would like to ask Miss Mazmin, who is joining us online. Can you hear us here? Miss Mazmin Matahir, can you hear me? Miss Mazmin, who is joining us online. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but the sound is like
Echoing, is it?
Yeah.
It's okay. The theme will still ongoing on the echoing problem.
But you can hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, a very good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch and fruitful networking session just now. Semua dah kenyang? Belum? Kata kita makan lagi. Don't worry. So we now move on to our third panel discussions. A big changes to our program today. We will continue with the third panel discussions, focusing on a topic that is of great importance in the age of AI, libraries as gatekeepers in the era of AI-generated content, with the rise of AI-generated information. The roles of library in curating and ensuring the accuracy of content has never been crucial. We are honored to have distinguished panel of experts who will explore how libraries can navigate the challenges and opportunities presented by AI in the realm of information management. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists, Mr. Chai Han Peng, Director, Data Science Solutions Divisions, Sarawak Information Systems Sendirian Berhad, Science, Ms. Mazmin Mat Ahir, Chief Librarian, University Malaysia Police, UNIMEP, who will be joining us via Zoom. And then Mr. Wan Mazli Wan Razali, Deputy CEO, Operation Pustaka Negeri Sarawak. In guiding these important discussions, we are privileged to have Dr. Emilia Ibrahim, Senior Lecturer, School of Information Science, College of Computing, Informatics and Mathematics, UITM Sarawak Branch, Campus Samarahan, is our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our panelists and moderator as they take the stage for this vital discussion. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening everyone. So we are back after I believe a short break just now. We were quite rushing and if you see that the schedule has been rescheduled due to some issues. So we have our session here. So we're going to start with our title of our forum today is Libraries as Gatekeeper in the Era of AI-Generated Content. So we are pleased to have all our three speakers today. So we have Mr. Chai Han Peng, is it? Okay, from Science, Encik Wan Mazli Wan Razali from Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, and Puan Mazmin Mat Ahir from University Malaysia Perlis. Okay, so before we go further, perhaps I'll introduce to all everyone to our speakers for this evening. Okay, Puan Mazmin, she has quite a long introductions about herself. So perhaps I just read a little bit of her profiles here. Okay, Puan Mazmin Mat Ahir is a University Putra Malaysia and University Technology Mara graduate. She has been the Chief Librarian of Tuanku Syed Faizuddin Putra Library, University Malaysia Perlis since 2014. And then prior to that, she was and UUM. She is actively involved in establishment of Committee of the Higher Education Electronic Resource Consortium. And then she is also the chair of the Concept, Expertise and Negotiation Committee with members from various positions and institutions. She is also a fellow council member in Malaysian Librarians Association, together with Encik Wan Mazli, who is the Deputy President too, for the Malaysian Librarian Association. Okay, our next speaker, since Puan Mazmin is online, our next speaker is Mr. Chai. Mr. Chai Han Peng is the Director of the Data Science Solution Division. So he has an extensive experience in data analytics and AI, artificial intelligence, the topics that we've been discussing since morning. Okay, and then he leads a diverse range of high-impact projects focused on leveraging cutting-edge technology to drive innovation. And he holds a degree in computer science and an MBA, combining deep technical expertise with strong business acumen. Okay, Encik Wan Mazli Wan Razali, very short, your profiles here. Encik Wan Mazli is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer Operation in the Sarawak State Library. He is also the head of Integrity Unit. He's a standing committee member for Management and Marketing section of IFLA 2021 until 2025. He's the president of Asian Public Library Information Network, APLIN, in 2022 till 2020 to 2022. Similarly, the Secretary Generals of Malaysian Librarian Association from 2020 to 2022, but currently he's the Deputy president too for the Malaysian Librarian Associations. He is also the Secretary General of Association of Certified Integrity Officer, Sarawak, and the member of Institute of Management Sarawak, MASA, since 2017. Okay, quite an extensive and impressive profiles, I believe. So now let's move on to our topics. Okay, just now we've gone through discussions and forums about AI in different applications. So I believe like there are many of us who happen to be librarians or library staff here. So when the earlier discussions talks more on AI being applied in influencers, environment, how AI is actually being embraced in organizations, in journalism, in reporting, and so on. So as librarian, I believe that AI is not something that we utilize and use only. It is something that we need to actually help our users to use, and something that we need to educate our users to use wisely and ethically. So to maybe to start the discussion, we go back to the fundamental questions. I think